Hello and welcome everybody to tonight's broadcast of the Victoris Amateur Draft League here on Victoris GG Twitch.television. I am your host, Becky Rita, here once again with Huey and Arlen, and we are on the final week of the regular season of the VAD League. That's right, the end of VAD Jellian is here, and we are going to see who can make it to playoffs and who's going to die a noob. How are you doing tonight, Huey? How's it going?
Pretty excited here, man. Last week before playoffs, oh man, you'd love to see it. This is where it really comes down, and these games actually really matter. Fortunately, we do have a team that's just playing for pride, but that's just how it goes sometimes. So either way, I'm excited for these three matches today.
How about you, Arlen? How are you feeling, not just in general, and also about these games up and coming?
I'm feeling pretty good tonight. I'm ready to cast them. I can't wait to see what each team pulls out of the bag. And about these games in general, well, Considering that the Hammerheads already have things on lockdown, I really want to see who gets the second seed, who secures that third seed, and you know, the rest of the bracket, how everything shakes out.
Yeah, that is something we're gonna have to talk about later because as it turns out, the only seed in lock right now is the first seed. Everything else is fair game. So it'll be interesting to see who will end up where and what can possibly happen. There are so many scenarios. I did my best to try and crunch out as many as possible, but I am one man. I am not a machine. So I've got a few interesting scenarios that I found, but otherwise, you'll have to believe in your heart what is the truth and what is a possible scenario. And, if that makes you feel better, then I hope it makes you feel better. But before we get into the recap, I do want to talk about once again, remind everyone in the audience about the giveaway we currently are doing. You can type !giveaway in chat to learn about the details and go to the Twitter post with the informations on what you need to do. But basically, it is a channel point giveaway. You can use your V-Coins you gain on either this channel or Victoris GG2. You have to be a follower to earn these coins, and then by gambling these coins and collecting a number of them, you can then get a raffle ticket, which will be used to get Riot points later on in the year, at the end of the split, during the award show, which is still date to be determined. All right, so... exclamation point giveaway. Hold on to your points. Make sure to make some good gambles. Don't end up losing all your points like I did last week.
Yeah.
Gambling against Garen.
I am broke, honestly, from last week. So hopefully I make some points this week.
Yeah, and I mean it's gonna actually be a little hard to make points because these matches we've got today, one aside, are going to be hard to predict. And yeah, I'm sure the audience is going to have a fun time with that. But now let's get into our recap of last week. If we could pull up the standings and get a look at where the teams are shaking out going into the last week. We have the Bandits who have moved up a single spot, and the Outlaws who are up 3 spots from last week. The Sharks have moved down 2, and the Vipers have moved down 1, dropping out of playoff contention, at least based on that top 6 cutoff. But, there are some odd numbers still because there are still some rematches that need to be played. The Outlaws are still waiting to get those week 1 rematches that they are missing against the Phantoms and the Sharks. And then the Hounds have FF'd all their matches for this week, so they will not be playing. And as a result, 3 teams picked up a free win, that being the Phantoms, the Bandits, and the Vipers. So that's, if you're wondering why the numbers are all strange and wacky, that's just how it goes sometimes.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
That's
a little unfortunate. You should honestly don't ever just quit out. Play the games, get yourselves better, take it as practice, and leave out with a good stride, with good pride too.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I gotta say about that. That hurts, Hounds.
Yeah,
But
no,
you
I
ain't
felt...
no friend of mine. No.
Yeah, no, I felt the same. I just felt the same way last week when I was filling in for, I believe, VRD, where one of the teams had I believe 2 teams had just outright FF'd for the rest of their season, and it was really unfortunate. And I understand why. Sometimes it sucks to lose, but the Unicorns are still playing, and the Unicorns haven't won a single game. So I know that sometimes it's easier for teams, especially these sort of slap together draft teams, to... Sometimes it's just easier to not play, but it is unfortunate that the Hounds will be ending their season at 5-13, but that does give the Phantoms an opportunity to bump up to 8th place,
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go Phantoms,
Let's go.
Let's go Phantoms. Secure 8th place, baby. Let's take it. Let's take it home. All right. Yeah, we can just, moving on from that. If you're curious about some of last week's results, the Hammerheads have secured first place with a dominant 3-0 week. The Wolves actually have their first bad week of the season, going 1-2, and that results in them dropping into a tie with the Dragons, who had a 2-1 week. So now both of those teams are tied for second and are battling it out for that coveted second seed. That very important second seed. They're not the only teams, but they are at the top of possibilities to get in there. The Bandits also get a 2-1 week, but it was off of a rather easy set of competition, but they also dropped a game to the Sharks, who went 2-1, and the Sharks definitely, getting that head-to-head against the Sharks is going to matter going later on into the season. The Outlaws, they picked up a game against the Wolves, which will give them an edge over the other mid-table teams. The Vipers went 1-2, which will put them in a really interesting spot in this week where their games seriously matter. The Hounds, they're gone. The Phantoms are basically just playing spoiler this week and last week, where they ended up taking a game over the Sharks, which is catastrophic for the Sharks and making sure that they can secure playoffs, because it makes it a lot less safe for them. And Unicorns did their best.
Yeah, you got to give it to the Unicorns, man. They took it out. They took all their L's in stride, and they're still here. So that brings it up to me and like a level of respect of myself.
Hey, they did their best. You're right. I respect that.
Yeah, and
Exactly.
they did do a great job in the match we saw on stream last week, where they nearly actually did take a game, but ended up going down in the end. But they put in the effort, and it was a really good time, and I'm hoping we see that again. I'm hoping we see them pick up a game, because as it turns out, the Unicorns actually do matter this week.
Yeah.
If they win any of their games this week, it is going to cause absolute mayhem in the standings.
That's good.
Which is
This is
exciting.
what they've been waiting for. This is what they've been waiting for. This has actually been their entire plan the entire season. They were just gonna disrupt rankings. That was it. That's all they were coming for.
I respect
Get
that.
real nice and comfortable. Everyone's like, "Oh, it's Unicorns. Easy game going in to playoffs." Nope. That's when the bear trap snaps, and that's when they're gonna come snap.
Oh, they could ruin somebody's season right here.
So, let's
And
go.
that's gonna be the pride. That's where the pride comes in, and I hope that the Unicorns can pull something out this week. But while we're talking about playoffs, we can take a look at the bracket, because there is, the bracket does matter here. The first quarterfinal matches will be between the third and fourth seed, or the fourth and fifth seed, and then the third and sixth seed are playing against each other in the quarterfinals. The winner of the 4-5 match will go up against the Hammerheads, who are the first seed secured. And then the match between 3-6, the winner of that will play up against the second seed, who is still not been secured. We will see that after the rest of the games have been played. So I'm curious from the both of you. Let's starting with Arlen. Who do you feel is in the best position to take that second seed?
There are a lot of good teams. The Dragons. I would have to say straight off the bat, just looking super, super dominant, super good team. But also like you said, there's a lot that could happen. There's definitely a lot that could happen this entire season. But I'm looking at the Dragons and the Wolves realistically, quite realistically, take that second and third seed.
Yeah,
Kind of just toss up between those guys.
Yeah, that it is definitely looking like a toss-up between the two of them. However, both teams have dropped games against other playoff contenders.
Very
For
fair,
example,
yeah.
the Wolves are 0-2 against the Outlaws in head-to-head, and 1-1 against the Dragons, while the Dragons are currently 0-1 against the Sharks.
Mm.
So, these teams are not perfect, and there is scenarios where they don't make it, but it is definitely, odds are, could be one or two of them, or the Outlaws, because the Outlaws still have a ton of games to
Oh,
play.
that's right. They still have a lot of games. But yeah, the Outlaws. Who knows? They might come back, do
Yeah,
something crazy. Yeah.
I looked at the possibilities just for remaining games, what the possible numbers could be. The Outlaws, if they win all 5 of their remaining games, could end up 13-5, tied with the highest possibilities for either Wolves or Dragons.
Mhm.
So Yeah, it's definitely very interesting to see that, and especially if they end up tied 13-5 with the Wolves, Outlaws get second seed because they have the head-to-head. So, that would be a crazy situation. But, talking about scenarios, you can only do so much of that. But if we want to get a look at, maybe some potential things that these teams we could be looking into with these teams, we could take a look at the KDAs here,
Oh
seeing
yeah.
how the table is shaken up. Maybe this will give us a little bit more information on who we could be seeing at the top. And of course, we have Defoe sitting at the top right now, as he has been
Moved.
for
Hasn't moved.
for weeks.
Hasn't moved for like 3 weeks.
He has not moved since while I was doing stats, he wasn't moved,
Yep.
and now that stats are done by a professional, he still hasn't moved. So he's holding on to that top spot, and he's got quite a comfortable lead over the next person below him. But we have a lot of new people. We have a lot of people moving up. Only a couple of people moving down. That being Gent and Shogun. Gent moving down from 7th, and Shogun moving down from 6th, if I remember correctly, from last week. But everyone else has moved up in the standings quite a bit. Southern Warrior has entered the standings again, took a week out of it, and is now returned to 3rd place. So the people, the 3 people in chat who always spam about talking about Southern Warrior, I hope you can respect that I am talking about Southern Warrior right now. So yep, they're there. There they are. Number 3. Fantastic. But yeah, no, 3 Hammerheads, 3 Wolves, 2 Bandits, 1 Dragon, and 1 Viper. Gent has been holding it down. Not just in KDA, but also in a few other stats as well, which is kind of surprising considering Gent is on what could be considered a bottom half team.
Ooh. You're really gonna do Vipers like that?
I mean, just looking at the stats, my boy.
I mean, they can still listen. As crazy as the chances are for Vipers to make it, no offense, because it's I think there's only one, right? We're using the time stone right now, right? And there's only one scenario for the Vipers to make it out, right?
There are some other scenarios where they make it out.
Well, it's
There
not
is
as
one.
bad.
There are a few scenarios where they make it out. There's one specifically where they drop both of their games this week and make it out. But if they win either of their 2 games this week, it's a lot harder to call. So just win a game. And when we can jump back to the desk here and discuss this first match, because the Vipers are Vipers are featured in it, and bringing up the Vipers raises an important point. Or when we get a chance to jump back to desk. Yeah, we can look at the standings here, because this is going to matter quite a bit between the Vipers and the Bandits, because this is our game 1. Vipers versus Bandits. Both of these teams need this win. Both of them need it. Vipers more than the Bandits, but absolutely both of them need it. Because they are very close. 9-7 and then 8-8. It's
Vipers 5th on win. On 1 win.
It absolutely does. And it also increases their number of scenarios tremendously, just winning this one match.
Yep.
Their match against the Vipers' other match against the Outlaws also matters, but it matters a lot less than their match against the Bandits. So this is definitely the sticking point between both teams, and because of that, it's definitely going to be a rough one for both of them. If you are curious, audience members, if the Bandits win this game, they secure a playoff spot. That's it. They're in. They don't need to worry about they would like to win their other games, but they are secured in playoffs if they just win this one game. If the Vipers win, both teams are still battling for their lives here, because there are possibilities where they still both go out, if one of the 2 of them goes out, even if the Vipers win this game. So it's a tough one. It is a tough one. The Bandits are going to be fiending for this one because they need the win. But the Vipers are, it's fine. The Vipers are
Mm.
no Vipers need this win. Bandits are actually I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry, Arlen. What do you think about this matchup between the two teams here?
Bandits and Vipers. Well, like you said, the Bandits definitely need the win. The Vipers, of course, would like a win, definitely. It's a match that matters, right? Both teams really need the win. One to secure better seeding, and the other to get in it at all, right? So yeah, it's going to be a close one. It's going to be a hotly contested one, and I want to see what they pull out in the draft. That's definitely going to be the most interesting part about this entire thing for me. Um, we'd have to see though. What can they do to give themselves an edge over their opponent?
Yeah, what do you think they can do, Huey? What can the Vipers pull out here? I mean, aside from one champion in particular, but
Yeah.
uh, what can the Vipers do here to secure this win against the Bandits and help increase their odds of going into playoffs?
So Vipers is 2-0, right?
Uh,
2.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I'm pretty sure it's what they've played against each other right now. What is the
The
match
the
win
the
loss right
current head Yeah, the
head to
current
head?
head-to-head is in favor of the Bandits, but if the Vipers win this match, they will be one to
They'll be
one, so
set.
they
Yeah.
can end up tying.
So right now, if we gotta go off of history, we're gonna have to bring it down to the Bandits. But what Viper needs to do, besides the one character, I think really lock down. I think really lock down bot lane. Try to hold down Sniper
Mhm.
Boricua. Don't let them get ahead. Don't let Astrowave get those roams around. And I think they can they can figure their way out from there. If mid actually gets that free roams that they normally do, and Sniper Barika is able to handle lane with the help of GRG, it might be 3-0.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I think Vipers have more of a drive because they need this way more than the Bandits do. So
yeah,
let's see if that hunger really brings it in, because I think
yeah.
we are ready for draft, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see if Hunger can take the top or if the Bandits can sneak their way into playoffs without a hitch. I'll throw it over to you two lads as we go into draft for game one between the Bandits and the Vipers.
Over onto the draft table. Bandit on blue, Vipers on the red side. So Bandit will have that Jinx cherry pick. I'm
Of course.
almost certain that it will come out again, especially with Sniper. Sniper really has a fantastic Caitlyn too. So they may actually leave it open and may trap, as Rek'Sai is the first one taken off the board for the Bandits.
Yeah, the Bandits can definitely draw a lot of fans here from the AD carry position because, like you said, the Jinx super strong first pick, Caitlyn super strong as well in the hands of certain players, in the hands of certain comps. Aphelios very usually handshaken into the Jinx, but the other side opting to ban away those AD carries despite how dominant they are known to be. Instead, we're going to see Diana, Misfortune, and the Fizz and Akali getting taken away, along with Rek'Sai that you pointed out earlier. Maybe this is where you ban the Jinx, but no, it's going to be York. So a lot of
Okay.
attention devoted to every other role except the AD carry. So both sides have the full pick of the litter in terms of that. So what does the Bandits first pick? Well, I think the Jinx comes out. Gwen is a fantastic B1 even despite the nerfs. Ari, a little bit less strong. I don't like her in the B1 position here. But yeah, I'd probably be looking at a flex or just first picking the AD carry, getting that out of the way. And it is going to be the Zeri. So I
Okay.
love it. I love Zeri 100%. Pair with any enchanter or with any engaged support in the game, as long as your opponent has the exact same, and you'll win it. But
Nice.
Samira, so
Nice
two
counter
close
pick.
range ADCs. Interesting scenario we're gonna have against each other. I don't think Samira can win that, but she definitely can make it hard on the Zeri with her win wall. And if her support wins the support matchup, well, of course she's gonna win this lane.
So I think right here with the Samira pick, I think you don't have to fall pick now on the Enchanter. Lulu's still available. Lulu fantastic for both sides. I would really like Viper to grab Lulu here. But they went for the tank engage, which I was kinda assuming that they were going to do. Viego being picked here for Bandits.
Ooh!
Renata, because this is first week Renata. Okay. How do you feel with the Renata Zeri combo compared to the
So,
Samira not combo, honestly?
so I don't like the Renata here. I love Renata as a champion, but I don't like Renata here because she doesn't have that super easy synergistic
Real?
way to go with
Real? The one champ?
Zeri.
The one that's needed?
We'll see. But back to
Can't take
Renata
it, Smith.
pick. She's just not good in Samir, right? Samir has a win wall that completely denies the ultimate, and it's just gone out of existence.
Her ult.
So,
The
you know,
whole ult.
yeah, the whole ult is
Really?
just gone.
Oh
And
my
Samir
gosh,
just
I did
has the
not
win
know
wall.
that.
Yep. So Samir, great pick into Renata. Super hard for the champion to be played into the AD carry, and it will be the Hecarim getting locked in here. So jungle, bot lane core, and it will be the Viego as the answer from the Bandits. I like the Viego Zeri, very strong, but now they need strong AP mid lane priority. So maybe a Victor, which is going to be more than likely banned out here. What else can you pick besides Victor? Well, Ryze is very good.
Would be cool too here.
Viger, less so.
I would really like the
Syndra.
control given there.
Ooh. I think they made a blunder here because if they leave open the Victor, I think that's a one game for the Bandits here. We're gonna have to see though.
I don't think Victor sets the scale that much. There goes the Viger there. Bandits hearing out the commentators here.
Let's see.
I like the Trundle
getting
band
taken
there.
away.
I
So yeah,
definitely like that
banning.
there. Top side, yep. Still being shown. I don't know about the Cassidin band there. Viper's on pick here. I think they're gonna blind pick for top
Top
here.
lane, yeah. 100%. I think they blind for top, leave open that mid counter pick, which is I think the right move here. Because if they do end up picking a mid, well then you just get a free vacuum answer into the mid laner, and the top laner gets to blind pick whatever he wants because at that point the top lane doesn't matter. I think the Bandits just have such a strong overall comp. Besides for the Renata, I think they can, as long as they don't troll one, they'll be
Okay.
fine.
I'm really enjoying Viper's pick here. I like how they use the draft here to focus on their bot lane and their mid lane. It's what I've said earlier that I touched on, is that what they needed to do to make sure to win this game here. Bandits going to have to blind here.
This might be the Zillion angle for the Vipers, now that I think about it. Hecarim, Zillion, Kled, and Samir all love to be around each other, and Nautilus with that great engage. I think this could be a Zillion mid angle, and I think that would give Vipers the overall edge in this comp, but they're going to respond with the Poppy pickup in the top lane, a good counter pick to Zed, or sorry, Kled. Mess up there.
Same thing, exactly. Yeah. Same thing.
And I think you just blind pick Victor here, and you'll be in a solid spot. Blind pick Victor or Syndra, and you'll be very...
Victor trap?
I don't think so. I don't think he's... Because like I said, you just want the mid priority here to really unleash his Viego and let him do whatever he wants into the Hecarim.
Gonna take Galio.
Ooh.
I think that's better, honestly. I really like that.
But who's the Galio delivery system?
Yeah.
Who puts themselves in the middle of the enemy team that allows for Galio to, engage? It's a good disengage, 100%.
Poppy.
But it's...
Poppy tackles, she knocks 2 away. Galio comes in, knocks him up again.
Yeah.
Then you get hit with Renata's ult.
They do have a lot of
people on the side.
A lot of disengage from the side of Bandits, but their engage is very, very much lacking. So it's really just on top of them to see. Yeah, it's lacking.
They have a Poppy.
Poppy isn't engaged.
They have a Viego. They got a Galio.
Oh, I love the Casio. It's great.
That's right there.
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of have to give the draft edge over to the Vipers. They have such a... I think I would have preferred a Zillion, but I understand why they went for the Cassiopeia. A great vacuum answer into the Galio and runs him off the face of the earth.
I like this from the side of the Bandits, but then at the same time, I don't like it. If that's weird to say.
Yeah.
I do like the topside pick. I am excited to see this Renata pick, but I don't think the matchup with Nautilus is the right call here at all. I really don't. But I do like the top lane pick. I don't know. So with this, you really think Galio isn't right into Cassiopeia? Should he be able to tank through that and kind of get through the laning phase?
He can definitely get through the laning phase, but no one on this side of Bandits answer Cassiopeia, right? Cassiopeia has more than enough damage to kite out Zeri, kite out Viego, Poppy can't stand in her lane for more than a few seconds. Neither can Galio. It doesn't matter how much MR he really realistically built. Cassiopeia just outscales pretty much everyone on the side of the bandits, even with the Viego insurance, right? At one point in the game, it's just going to come up to the Viper's peeling for this Cassiopeia while she melts through the enemy team, unless Viego's building tank, and then he doesn't have any damage to kill anyone. And like I said, Poppy is a great, beautiful disengage champion here. She's not a good disengage. She's great for wall stunning, but it's a relatively short engage. It doesn't last that long.
Wall stun
And
hammer knockup is serious. That
it's
ER
good,
combo is serious.
but what are you trading away for that, right? What are you trading away with your ultimate? You don't have the ability to knock everyone back, right? I think they have a really good disengage comp, right? They ult in when Hecarim comes in, Galio ults into the middle of the team, and everyone on the side of Vipers is kind of stunted going in because you don't want to walk directly into a Galio ultimate, right? But if the Poppy, also ults after the Galio, they can take away 3-4 members, and then you can just focus on the person
There
that
it
remains,
is.
right?
And then you have Renata ult onto that. And then with a Zeri Viego over
Exactly.
on the
It's a great disengage, like I said. Beautiful disengage comp.
Dangerous.
Not so much good engage. So we're gonna have to see if they're able to recognize the flaws in their comp and play around it. Because like I said, if they can get to every single Drake and objective first, they'll win the game. If they get to him second, they're gonna find a very hard time actually getting into those plays and fighting them out.
So then where are you gonna take it then?
What do you mean by that?
Who's gonna take it game 1?
I think I give game 1 over to the side of Vipers, because as much as I love Viego, as much as I love Zeri, I just think everybody else on the team is kind of in a rough scenario, except for maybe the Poppy, and that's only like a vacuum answer. That doesn't mean too much at the end of the day, because the Kled doesn't need to get ahead here to still be a very big threat, because his yeah, he definitely can be a huge threat, but it doesn't matter if he's a threat, right? Because he just ults everyone in and he's just leading the charge.
Okay, we're getting locked in now. I think I do enjoy Viper's teams more. I do. But I think the Bandits have something a little sneaky. I think they got a little something in the trash can that they're going to show us come up in this game. But if I'm going to have to make a prediction, if bet window is closing, I'm going to have to give it over to the Vipers as well. So that's 2-0 for the prediction table. And it looks like chat is also agreeing with the with the ×2 ratio there, or increasing actually ×2 there. So make sure you get your channel points in, lock in on those predictions as we load into game 1. Let's see who's going to take it home. Playoffs is right around the corner. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. are back, beautiful people. Game 1 is on the way. Bandits on blue, Vipers on the red side, and this really matters for the Vipers. Oh no. Wait, we're gonna get a pause.
Immediately
Jungle
into a
is MIA.
pause. Sounds great.
Immediately.
um,
Oh, go ahead, big boss.
yeah, 100%. So, just taking a quick gander at certain things. One thing that we will notice immediately off the bat, the rune setup for Poppy, very interesting. Opting for a Dark Harvest on the Poppy,
Let's
looking to
go.
deal a lot of damage, way more than this, Bruiser tank should. And then Astrowave opting for a safer build, a more sustaining build, going for the Aftershock on the Galio. Nothing else too much to talk about besides the fact that 4 Conquerors in this game exist. Ruby, Jester, or Night Train, Jint, and Wolven Alchemist all opting to take the very beautiful Conqueror rune today. I like it on the Cassiopeia. I think in this game it works out because, like I said, she is basically essentially going to be free hitting. Because realistically, who can get on top of this Cassiopeia? Absolutely nobody. I don't think anyone touches her before or after a certain point in this game. So I think it's a perfectly fine here, and especially with the opting for the uh, ghost, she can chase down targets with ease. So yeah, a very fast moving comp on the side of the Vipers, and on the other side, a very slower paced comp, really just looking to play out those disengages, like I said, and really looking to play a much shorter game. Renata Glask has a very dodgeable ultimate, so we're gonna have to see how effective it is in the scenario. Uh, I think it's I think it's interesting.
So I think right now, while we wait for Kaiser to find their jungler, we're gonna go to a quick break. We will be right back, beautiful people. Don't go anywhere. When we wait for game 1 to start again. All right, sorry for the pause there. He must have got ganked in real life, but they were able to bring him back from the gray screen IRL. Game 1 is finally on the way. Line of scrimmage from both sides. We are not getting the best optimal route here. Yo, can we get a zoom in on that skin, though?
Which one? Which one?
For,
Oh,
yeah, for the brand, for Renata.
not a
And let's
glass.
welcome Renata for the first game on stream there. Let's see how well they do, because this one is definitely for the books, and this one is definitely needed for the Vipers here.
Absolutely. Quick, while we have some time to talk about a quick breakdown on Renata, right? So she is a kit that loves auto attack based champions, right? Um, she pairs super well with Viper, fast, long range characters. Caitlyn, I believe, goes super well with her. Vayne as well. Not so much the Zeri, just because of the nature of Zeri's unique kit in League of Legends, but she can definitely work with the champion. Her auto or her passive rather puts an auto attack mark, and if you auto it once, you get an extra little burst of damage. So like I said, that's why it's a little bit anti-synergistic with the Zeri, because Zeri doesn't have the long-range autos or ability to hit over minions, so it's a little bit rough for her to actually proc those marks. She has a Q that throws out a line, and if she hits it, it's a hook basically, except that she can throw that hook in any direction as we get some trading topside. Force a flash out immediately from Shadow Dragoon, and that's looking a little bit rough here from the Poppy.
Yeah, a little rough there. Unfortunately, you gotta enjoy the Hex Tech skin, but not really working out on those trades there. Just about 20% there on the Poppy, as they are going to push on forward there.
Absolutely. Nothing going on too much. Very nice wording from Ruby Jester there. It really highlights the communication that's just going on with the Vipers here. Definitely talking about it. I think they clear it. Nope, they don't even clear it. So yeah, it's right there, just waiting to collect all that data, all that information, so they know that the Vigo has pathed, full cleared his bot side, full cleared his wolves, and is just pathing towards the top side. So they have all this information about the character, all this information about his pathing, and they know that Ruby Jester should probably get out of there relatively quickly, or at least, you know, do something. But they also know that Night Train is more than likely bot side here. Maybe looking for the gank.
Push up forward there. Knockback coming from Renata there to get him away. They are going to have to pinch the wave there, and unfortunately, that's going to be it for the gank.
Yeah, but honestly, all this does, it just favors. The more this game state goes on, it just favors the side of Vipers more and more and more. A hook comes out, Kaiser missing, unfortunately. But like I said, it just favors them more and more. It's just so much easier to execute their comp than it is from the side of War Daddy and squad, and they need early ganks and early activity.
Ooh, gank going
in. A little bit in the mid lane.
For unfortunately going to miss the Herald path there. Gonna have to flash out there. Looking already crazy there.
2 unforced errors on the side. The Bandits, you know, it just really 100% sucks. You know, both of them just losing their flashes like that. The Poppy and the Viego were pretty much for free. Ruby Jester and Night Train didn't really have to do too much to get those out of them. And now they have to be prepared for the worst if things go sideways. Astrowave trying to do a little bit on a Jint, but like I said, the Cassiopeia is it's such a free matchup for the Cassiopeia here.
Damage there.
Look at that.
Off as well too. I really thought Astrowave was really picking in there a lot better, but I guess not, unfortunately there. Yeah, Tears going off as well too, which is really good.
Yeah, it's not the best vacuum counter into a Cassiopeia, but Ruby Jester playing this matchup very well into Shadow Dragoon.
Well, Shadow Dragoon winning the lane actually.
A hook coming in over cover, getting ignited.
Ignite is gonna click there as well. Going down to 20. There goes. They see the put on the damages there. 10% left. Wolven looking for it. Does get the first blood. The stunning hook is gonna go in, and they're going to keep on going. And they're gonna get the double kill there. Beautiful work from the bot side. The power of the duo lane there is astronomical.
Absolutely beautiful stuff, and it's gonna be Sun. Does he have the Q? Does he have the damage? He doesn't.
Image going forward. Yoshi back. He's gonna push on forward, but he misses the Q there. So unfortunate there. Viper looking very strong in its early game, which is definitely needed for this game here. Night Train looking like a train himself. Gonna push on and get real aggressive. Gonna maybe try to get some of these jungle creeps here as well.
Look at Astrowave. Look at Shadow
flash, right? Ghost is gonna be used. He is still. Oh, he's still good. He's still good. Jet is here. They're actually gonna flip it. Astrowave's gonna have to flash away. What is going on here for Bandits?
All of a sudden, just an extreme burst of action all over the map. So many flashes, so many summoning spells being used. Honestly, the only few that are up still are just the teleports and, you know, one single flash. So everyone in this game looking a little bit rough, a little bit more like sitting ducks. Yeah, absolutely beautiful double kill there in the bot lane. I love that. You know, Wolven Alchemist and Kaiser just recognizing the opportunity, going in and making sure that they didn't pop Renata Glass revive too early. They just let it expire, played around it, and killed the... I don't know what her official title is, actually. the Kimtech Baron? I'm not sure what that is, actually.
She's the Chemtech Baron, I think. You
Yeah.
know what? She's a Chemtech Queen now. There you go.
Well, she died once, so I don't know if she's the queen, you know.
Ooh,
But Ashimave making the look for the
oh,
roam down
not
here, but they have to know it's
respectable.
a rough one.
Look there. The taunt's gonna come in. Flash is gonna have to step away there from the Ashwave taunt. Here comes Night Train on the back curtain here. He's gonna have to retreat back though, unfortunately.
Yeah, like I said, nothing too much happening in the early game, but with those 2 kills going over, everything is just leaning more and more in the favor of Wolven Alchemist and Squad, especially when Wolven Alchemist got a double kill. Right, it's not just a single kill or his support picking up 1, but it's a double, so very rough situation to find yourself in if you're the bandits here. Ruby Jester taking a lot of damage from Shadow Grenade. I think this could be an opportunity here if he just looks for a wall stun.
Yeah, they can get it. Unfortunately, they're not. We're gonna rotate back down towards the bot side there. I think Ruby's gonna try and get the recall here.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Needs it. I don't know.
I could tell. My poppy senses were tinkling right there.
So I don't know. Ash was available. Harvest was up too. Ult available. Ult is
Ruby
available.
Jester's 100%. He's dead. He's dead.
Not,
Once this home training goes down,
There's a
Ruby
Yosh.
Jester is in trouble. Ah, Shagun. He just doesn't understand the
around the
damages. He gets the ream out. Doesn't get the opportunity. I feel like if he had pushed forward a little bit there, he could just flash in a turret, wall slam into the turret, Q, ult, and that is 1 dead Kled. Unfortunately, Kled gets the remount, so we can't look for that opportunity anymore. But like I said, my poppy senses were tingling. When you're playing the champion, you have to go crazy. Quite honestly, you have to go full psycho mode. That's going to be the ult in for Ruby.
Land in. Here comes the charge! Shadow Dragon goes to the dash back. There goes the Night Train Fear, plus his R as well, and that's going to be the trap. Gank, kill.
Yeah, right there, just the Q missing from Ruby Jester. Doesn't matter at the end of the day, before that, he smites him immediately as the ult.
There goes the Heartbreak Kid himself. For Daddy picking on up, and it's going to transfer to the Hecarim. And unfortunately, that's going to be just an unfortunate 1-for-1 for the side of Vipers. Pull back there from Overcomer. Nice damage there. Starting to finally feel the flow here.
Yeah, and one thing I do like about Zeri and Nautilus, just the 2 champions in particular, I love the fact that Zeri can just steal away the shield from the Nautilus as well as doing a ton of damage to him, kiting him out, and making his life so much harder. Hook barely going wide for there from Kaiser, but Zeri is just such a good matchup in the champion. I find as Overcomer pulls him in, he doesn't have the wind wall. They can look for the ultimate from Renata.
Renata is going to go berserk there. Their shutdown's going to come in, and this is looking fantastic for Overcomer and Sniper Barika. Unfortunately, the CC just not landing for the dynamic duo there, and Sniper will pick up 2 there themselves.
And that's the biggest.
That'll be 1-1.
Yep, and that's the biggest issue with picking up Renata into Samira. Like I said, it can block the ultimate, and it's a great tool, but you're not a Yasuo wind wall. It doesn't last that long. It's just a quick little spin twirl, and it's done, right? So you really have to be so very careful to hold that crucial ability when you're into Renata or into most other champions on the scene, because if you get hit by a Viego stun that you can't block, you're going to be in quite a fair bit of trouble at the end of the day. But that is just his first death, and they're still... Oh, no, actually, they're down by 700 gold, so those kills were enough to swing the pace of the game just a little bit. So, like I said, be very, very careful on the side of Vipers not to throw away that lead that they had so painstakingly accumulated early.
Yeah, it was looking really good when it was 2-0. Now it is back and tied up. Bandits looking to try to take the driver's seat here. Just need a little bit more here. If they get a couple flames under their belt, Shadow Dragoon taking it way a lot more than what's needed. Nice flash, but they're still going to get knocked back, unfortunately. Ruby Jester will have to take the consolation prize of just a minion wave.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad at the end of the day. But, you know, like I said, this game, a lot slower paced than we've seen in a few other games. But, like I said, everything at the end of the day, it's just on this Cassio ticking time bomb, right? This Cassio scaling up, farming very well on the champion. 76 farm, 77 farm at about 11 minutes. Not a bad rate. Not the best farm in the game at all, but a very decent farm number talking about CS, it is going to be Sniper Barika in the forefronter and the rest of his team falling a little bit close behind. So that's one thing the Vipers need to step up here is their CSing.
Nice
Uh-oh, that's the wrong time to go Astro.
John, Jet, it was looking like a good pick there for Astro, but unfortunately he's going to have to flash back towards the river. There it goes down. Ult is going to land there for Daddy looking for the heartbreak. Is going to get the kill there on Jen. Overcomer with their rotation.
Oh, look at Ruby Jester.
Top though, heard the charge. Ruby Jester putting on the damages there too as well. Almost getting the kill there. 10% right now for Shadow. But is looking back down towards mid side here. It looks like we're gonna get a tier 3 siege. But I really like without the wave, I don't think they're going to be able to push up much further.
Huey, I don't know if you saw that one time, but I was so smurfed from Daddy right there. What he did was, right as the Nautilus ultimate was about to come out, he went invisible, right? He dropped the E, and that's one thing that a lot of people don't account for, as Night Train looking to go in on Shadow Grenade here, but he wisely backs off. They don't account for the fact that Nautilus ultimate needs to have constant vision during the entire cast time as he's casting it. And if you go in, if you walk into a bush or go invisible, even for just that one crucial second, it doesn't come out, and it just goes into the ether right there. So oh, he's got a kill.
And now, see, there it is. Yoshi not being there at all. There goes the tackle knockup with the Galio ult, like we mentioned before. That's a lot of engage there, my friends.
That's a lot of disengage right there, pal. Shadow Dragoon found a beautiful angle on the Ruby Jester right there. And then when Night Train tried to follow up on it, the ultimate over the top crushed both of them succinctly. And it's going to be Vordaddy.
Start there.
He found it.
Nice damages. Kaiser going in. Heartbreak Kid finishing it up. He does get it. He's going to take the absorption there. He's going to be able to get away.
Ooh, one last.
Nice work with the combination there. The S is going to go off, but the flourish is not cool enough, man.
Oh, but look at Jen. He has the opportunity to go here. Nope, doesn't look for the realm of fears. It's just a little bit too dangerous without those crucial summoner spells. But like I said, this game is characterized by the action followed by so many long pauses, as we're going to hop into a quick little replay here. Look at that. Vordaddy going in. Has the speed up there from Renata, and that's all he needs once the spike comes down. He's so slow on the side of Kaiser. Great ultimate, great flash, but with the flash in from Vordaddy, nothing else can happen at the end of the day. Sadly, the Samir didn't get the juggle, or else I think that would have been a pretty easily confirmed kill. But at the end of the day, nothing comes out at 3-0 on the Viego, and he's going for a Divine Sunder. I think that's really, really interesting. You know, I think I much prefer the crit Viego, especially ever since those buffs a while back. But the Divine Sunder can definitely do a lot of work here in this, you know, relatively tanky team comp of Kaiser, Night Train, and Ruby Jester in particular, right?
I like how Sunder's been rearing its ugly head. Like,
even though it got nerfed,
yeah, it got nerfed. People kind of left it alone, but now you're starting to see it creep back again into the meta. It's like, it's just one of those items I feel like it's really hard to really tie down there. Ruby Jester trying to get the work here. Does get the lock in. I don't know if this is the right call. 50% left here. CC cooldowns are going to be off more than 80%. Yoshi is right around the corner. Double shotgun is going to land. It's just going to be an auto. Does get it back.
Very nice. Understanding Kled mechanics to a T there. And one thing I want to highlight is how well Shadow Dragoon has been playing this matchup out. Only died one time, gotten, you know, multiple assists and a solo kill over Ruby Jester. So like I said, has been playing this out very well into, you know, what people would call a counter pick as he goes again here on Ruby Jester.
Against the wall there, Shadow Dragoon
comes out.
There. CC cooldown is there, but there goes the charge there from Ruby Jester. Ruby Jester continuing moving forward. It's gonna have to flash away from it. As we rotate down Dragon there. Dragon's gonna be collected for free as Night Train is just going to counter rotate the objectives and secure top side Herald here.
Yep. I love it. It's an absolutely 100% beautiful trade from the side of the Bandits. You know, they realized that so many resources were being burned top that they couldn't really fight bot side. They didn't have the vision set up. No, everyone was resetting. So they just go for the quick and free pickup. And it is going to be a Cloud Soul. So who does that realistically benefit? Well, of course, Hecarim loves it here. Ruby Jester loves it here. Not quite certain on everybody else in the game.
Yeah, right.
Everyone else is kind of whatever about it. But I think it's imperative, you know, for the side of the Bandits, that they keep it out of the hand of Night Train and
Oh,
Ruby
yeah.
Jester.
Definitely, for sure. You do not want to give this one over. My man will be flying across this map more than he is already. You get a slight skirmish here on the top. Blue. 4. Looking for the CC. Unfortunately, does not get it. I think that's going to be it right there. Oh, maybe not.
This
Jet
is one of
in
the things that you have to look at. The flash.
It's gonna land there. Ruby Jester losing the Yoshi. He's knocked off there. They're gonna have to fight here. There. Knock up CC. Double knock up CC with the tackle. Looking fantastic. And that's gonna be a beautiful 2-for-0 cleanup crew plus the chickens.
And at that point, you have to ask why you were there on the side of the Vipers. And yeah, man, that was a rough one to stay there. As the hook comes out, the root comes through, and maybe Overcomer looks to ult here, but Night Train is in the area. He's running down, but doesn't see the opportunity for the
They're
game.
gonna dab on him as they pop the Shirley's battle song. Caught on a board. A lot of vision there as we check the replay topside.
I was looking at this quick replay. It's like, so now they're going to be going in. Absolutely wonderful. And one thing I want to highlight is the usage of the flash taunt. Gets multiple members, and then they just beautifully juggle that. Look at that little dodge back, that little step back from Astrowave right there. And that 3-man knockup. Jake realizes he can do nothing more and is forced to run away.
That was fantastic.
Night Train ulting out. And that was just a smurf right there from Astrowave. A beautiful flash taunt, man. Absolutely beautiful stuff. That was some faker mechanics right there.
A little bit. That was really cool. My favorite part there was the double knockup. The double knockup in the air, that you see the interaction that they're both getting hit, or all 3 of them getting hit, you love to see it.
100%.
And the two trade for nothing is great. Plus a little add-on to salt. The Raptors, delicious. That's a good meal. You're good eating right there. Good eating.
100%. So yeah, about a 5,000 goal lead, 10-4 for the side of the Bandits here. And now, what do you do? How do you expand this goal lead further? How do you push the pace of the game? Well, of course, you have to go for the next Drake. When's the next Drake? 2 minutes. What are you doing in the meantime? How is your vision getting set up? What are you denying from the enemy? What little advantages are you trying to accrue? And how do you take advantage of their relatively, if they're making bad macro plays? Do you take advantage of the person in the side lane? Look, and if you look at the top side, you can see that Ruby Jester realistically hasn't moved for a few minutes there, just waiting in the bush, looking for the opportunity to maybe ult mid. But look at what he's losing top. He had such a huge CS lead over this point of this entire game, but he hasn't been expanding that at all. Has been farming for, about 30 seconds or so, ulting mid and finds absolutely nothing out of it. So, the Bandits are playing this absolutely beautifully here. Pushing in waves, respawning to waves, catching waves, doing everything, by the textbook. And it's on the side of the Vipers, they got to be feeling the pressure right here.
Yeah, you definitely can see it for sure. Just waiting there. Oh,
Isaac comes in.
There. He's going to be able to get it. The ult is going to go in.
Oh, but he didn't win well.
Is going to be unfortunately there. Lightning Storm is going to go in, going to break down those shields. Sniper Barika is going to pick up another one and drop down to a free 2v1 topside right now. Shadow Dragoon trying to put on the damage. Misses the ult by just a hair. Ruby Jester and Night Train.
Oh, look at the teleport. I think he lived.
Come on in. Is he going to make it though? Elbow taunt from Astroway plus the knockup.
Oh.
Stalling for as much time as possible. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get it. For Daddy is here, but so is the rest of the Vipers. Nice damages are going on in. The Heartbreak Kid trying to get another one. Does get one, but unfortunately will be shut down there.
Really beautiful stuff. And let's hop into a replay here while we're waiting for the Rift to walk down. So one thing I'm going to highlight is just how long Shadow survived here. Just so much. A beautiful taunt in and going in. But at the end of the day, I think you just have to let your Poppy die, because what do you lose in return? Well, you lose several shutdowns, a lot of kills going over to the side of the Vipers. So much gold swinging back in their favor. And then they can drop this Herald and start to look for more objective plates. And that is going to be the blue turret and the top side falling, and them getting the first rotate to this Herald after everyone has already reset. So yeah, that's 100% a net positive play for the side of the Vipers. They've shortened it down to about a 3k gold lead. And of course, Hecarim picks that up there. Renata didn't have ultimate, so I don't think it was a realistic chance of a steal. It could have been, but at the end of the day, it is not.
You get a slight pause in the action here. That is definitely going to let the Vipers get a breath of fresh air there. let themselves kind of get a quick respite as we get a little pause in the action here. We can go and check on the items real quick, if you don't mind, boss. Yeah, check on
Just
for the
looking at the
items. Everyone is
item.
just about set here.
Mhm.
Tier still though for Cassiopeia there. Second item not being fully built, but
Mhm.
Lindry's English is ready to go. Immortal Shield Bow over for the Samira. All the mythics
Uh-oh.
are on the board.
Yeah, but is it really a catch onto the Hecarim when he has ultimate and you can't really stop it? Although they're going to go in.
Michael's gonna go in. The CC's
Oh,
going
the ultimate came
up,
out so late.
down. Little late there. Shadow Dragoon just tanking all of this. They're gonna have to retreat back. That's not really the pick needed for them. The call for the mid-tier 2 tower push.
Nothing happens for it. Oh man, I think yeah, the pings
Oh,
are coming out for the Baron. They have the opportunity here, but I think this is one of the maybe this
It's
might
an
be a
early
huge mistake. No, no one's rotating from bot side. Wolf and Alchemist Kaiser letting it go, and it's gonna be the call more than likely just to give this Baron. I don't think you can test with just Ruby, Jester, and Jint. They do have ultimates, but they don't have crucial summer spells on the side of Jint. And at the end of the day, more than likely, you just have to let this go.
It's looking a little scary though.
That Dragoon is
Free
absolutely
kick,
outplaying it. He gets stunned up.
He's gonna go
There's the
down.
cat. Galio.
Galio is gonna have to land there to keep him alive. 2K is left over, and I think Bandits or Vipers are gonna leave it or give it up. And yeah, no, that's gonna be handed right over.
Oh man, that's absolutely worst case scenario. Giving over such an early Baron to the early game team comp, and now they can start playing more and more aggressively for that, right? They can start pushing their lead. Now they just have to look at their next objective. What do they want to take more? What do they want to take more realistically? Do they want to take a mid push? Do they want a top push with some mid pressure? Do they want a bottom push with some mid pressure? Either way, they're gonna have to start with the mid lane. They have to get their waves under control. They have to equalize those waves, and it's a little bit of a grind for the Bandits, but it's even more of a grind for the Vipers to respond to this because right now the response hasn't been what's the word? Together enough. You know, it's been kind of all over the place. Night Train getting caught out there in the top lane spelled the end of that Baron push right there, and it absolutely hurt the team because the bot side wasn't moving. They weren't rotating. Jint and Ruby Jester were kind of all over the place in their macro. They weren't sure if they wanted to go contest it or if they wanted to make the pick on the Poppy. And like I said, this game has just been a story of the Bandits just playing more like a team, whereas the Vipers have been playing more like a solo queue or flex queue, just a lot of friends together and not really looking to play the proper game. As Kled ults in here, does he find Sniper Bariko? He does get the flash, but
Let's get
he goes right into the middle of enemy team.
But it's a 3v1 right now with nobody there to help him out at all. That is an int, my friend, that we call around these parts here. Hook is going to land over for the Kaiser. He's got to be careful, though. Flashback for the sniper.
Yep,
And they're going
like
to
I
take
said,
that one
solo
pretty much
queue.
for free.
Absolutely, and like I said, it's just a solo queue style of team comp because look in the top side. He ulted down mid to look for a play, and it's just Shadow Cardoon pre-pushing this tier 2 and dueling him under his turret. He does not care at all, but he is going to go and look for the solo kill.
Baron Minions there is going to try and help out there too as well. He's going to have to use his ult to run away instead of engage. Now that's some nice disengage there, I'd have to say.
Nice disengage, more in the sense of nice running away. But Astrowave taking tier 2, and it's all the tiers 2 fallen in quick succession for the side of the Bandits, and now the Vipers are just so backs against the wall at the moment. Almost a 10,000 gold lead for the side of the Bandits, and it is just going from bad to worse. The Drake spawning in 40 seconds. I think you have to reset here if you're the Bandits. Get back onto the map really quickly. I think staying here might be a little bit of an issue, especially when so many of your members have 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold in their inventory. If you're looking at Astrowave, the only person who got the reset off was the Poppy. But when you're this far ahead, maybe you don't need the reset.
Yeah, I think they're going for the Death Bush instead. A little disrespectful, but I mean,
a little bit, you know, it happens.
Listen, if you don't have the vision needed or placed out there, which they do not, you can literally see on the map there. They have full vision control over for the side of the Bandit. That's really good. So why not? Why not do it? You know.
Like I said at the start of the game, they needed to be the ones, ahead. It's an interesting little problem teams find themselves in when drafting. Just the idea of, well, we want to play a disengage comp. Well, your disengage comp has to be relatively early. It has to have some early game elements to it. That way you can actually get advantages and contest for the dragons at one or two items. If it's too late of a late game comp and yet it's still disengaged, you can't really contest for those drakes, as it's gonna be Sniper Barika just ulting in there, putting a little bit of damage down on the Ruby Jester. And it's just, my point is just, I want each team's, just to be thinking about that as they're going into their next games and just drafting accordingly, right? They need to be thinking, okay, so we're early game comp. Can we play engage? Can we play disengage? What can we play team fight? Can we play poke? Can we play catch? While trying to juggle the early versus late game dichotomy that a lot of teams find themselves in. It's going to be Night Train getting jumped on a little bit here. Ruby Jester is in the area.
Up there, Ruby Jester Rose did it as well, but they're not going to be able to help. They're going to get caught out as well. There goes the Yoshi being dropped there. Ruby Jester just on the retreat. Back to Mizuma holding them down from their movement abilities. This may be the flip that they're looking for.
The hook.
It's going to land there on Renata there.
Oh, the taunt!
There, but the taunt from downtown to clear things back up for the air of the
But it wasn't enough.
Nice drops there to Hourglass. The golden Hourglass, will it be enough? The tackle is going to back. They're going to try to disengage and get on out of it. Jan on the run. Sniper Boricua trying to one here.
So close.
Comes the Astro Wave triple.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, it was so close there. But they're going to still clean it up.
I think, if I had to say a team came out on top of that, I think it's just the Vipers. Because like I said, Night Train died so long ago. He's able to come up here, maybe even clean up Shadow Dragoon. The Ghost was pop, but he doesn't have ultimate. And he just ran out. I think they'll probably just group out here.
Run!
Oh, he's out.
He's out!
Oh my
Train,
god.
unfortunately, just gonna have to take the consolation prize of chickens.
Yep, and oh my god, what a absolutely insane back and forth fight. Each side had some huge moments there, and I wanted, it's just Wave absolutely smurfing there. We're gonna get into a quick little replay here. After you hit that amazing 3-man taunt, you can see how little follow-up his team has, and it's just Sniper Barika pumping out so much damage with the kiting on the Zeri. Look how low they get, and he realizes that he's so tanky, he can take this fight and just wait for the Galio shield to come down. How much damage comes through, and it is just so dangerously close. Uh-oh, they're going in blind.
There again. Ruby Jester's got it.
Oh, the ultimate is huge for Renata.
Renata gas there too, and it is dank as they are pushing on through. Check for Daddy there. That's going to be the double kill there as Galio picks up 2 on the back. This is looking fantastic though for the side of the Vipers, and I think that they got the sting more than enough there.
Absolutely. I mean, the Vipers just came out.
Night Train
On top of that,
Rampage there gets taunted.
look at Sniper Barika. He's doing so much damage.
One is gonna be more than enough. Sniper Boricua is a monster right now. Looking to clean it up there with Astro Wave, and they're gonna be able to get the 3v2. No way! They just got that.
I think the game ends here.
I think
Sniper Barika and Astro Wave have more than enough damage to take these turrets. But is the wave enough? That's the real question. I don't think the wave will last long enough.
At least tower and inhib, right?
Absolutely. The tower and inhibit. Yep, and Jin will get up in time. So the game doesn't end. They hold on just a little bit longer from the side of the Vipers. But, they're making the right moves. They're making the right plays. They just overplayed their hand a little bit there, trying to go for biting off more than they can chew realistically. Sniper Barika and Astro Wave playing that one absolutely beautifully. Astro Wave holding his knockup for the Renata, or sorry, not the Renata ultimate, the Samira ultimate, and CCing him out of it. Yeah, they're going to start up the second Baron of the game, and I don't think the contest can come out from the side of Vipers.
Cloud Drake up at 45 as well. That will be third Drake for any side, and unfortunately it being Cloud Drake doesn't really give an edge to either side there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, this Cloud Drake is not impactful at all. It's just kind of a focal point to focus our fights, and realistically, none of the fights have been happening around the Cloud Drake here, so
Killer episode.
they probably give this up, and while they maybe trade something, a tier 2, tier 1 in the mid lane, that would really open up the map and help them out a lot, but I don't think they have the opportunity to, because it's just getting flooded with so many super minions at constant pace. Honestly, this is just the Bandits games to lose, and Viper are just hanging on for their dear lives at this point.
Yeah, unless something really sketchy comes out, they can maybe try and get some bush cheese, but with just so much pressure being added on the field here, a lot easier said than done to get there. Not a lot of vision on on the side of Vipers either, even in their jungle as they get their blue kind of kidnapped away from them there.
Yikes.
I mean, it was at least they know that the blue's not there, but
I
like
mean, I guess.
they can't even get into their blue jungle or their blue area right now with just the way the bandits have the wards.
Absolutely, the Bandits are just playing it so well. They understand the limits that they can be walking up and understanding where they need to push the waves. Now, I think in this Baron push, they could 100% in the game. Just a quick item check. Almost 4 items completed on the Zeri. Almost 4 items complete on the Galio. 4 items complete on the Galio as I'm talking. 3 items on the Viego. 3 on the Poppy. Everyone else in the game sitting at comfortably around 3 on the side of Vipers as well, except for the jungler only sitting on 2 there. So, relatively equal levels of strength, I'd have to say. But of course, right now, Sniper Rika is just an absolute monster on the Zeri, doing so much chip damage, so much just AoE damage.
The Hydra on hit is what kills me with Zeri.
It kills everybody.
Yeah, it kills everybody, literally. Like, but I think I don't know. It's a cool touch, but then at the same time, I don't know. It's a lot.
Oh, the ultimate going in.
Indo Shadow Dragoon will not get stopped there with the wall. Looking to knock someone away. Is gonna push back the damage print themselves.
Oh, Kaiser's out of position.
Looking down to the bot side, Kaiser's gonna get their heart broken there as they push for their second inhib here.
Honestly, I think this is the opportunity that they're looking for to go in and in the game. Ruby Jester is missing that crucial ultimate to engage for his team, but he's doing quite a lot of damage to Shadow Dragoon here.
Trying to make the 1v1 happen.
Oh, look at the ultimate.
Galio's gonna have to go in. Ruby Justice force flash out. And hey, the whole team's already there, Big Boss. Gotta pay attention to those things. Look at the pay bailout there. Full health back for 4 Daddy because he gets the kill. Insane synergy there. Sniper Marika on a killing spree yet again. Being able to pick up another one. Jet trying to put on the damage. More pushing forward with that nice engage there. Shadow Dragoon trying to hold out as much as they can, and they are going to be able to sustain all that burst. Pull back in though, and that's going to be enough there, unfortunately, for the Shadow Dragoon. But that's at the cost of 2 inhibs here, as the 3rd tier tower will be dropped there for the base tower. Looking for another kill again. For Daddy breaking
Oh, and Jet right here doesn't have the ultimate. Most importantly, look at Boar Daddy with the ultimate as well. Can look for the Heartbreaker, look for the stun, doesn't hit the stun. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Clean up there. That is the Pepsi Ace, and that
Pepsi? Hold up. We're sponsored?
Oh man. Fortunately, no post-game stats feels bad, guys. But it will be the Bandits taking that game, absolutely smashing the Vipers in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it was certainly a convincing win from the Bandits in a situation where they needed to win to secure playoffs. And although the Vipers did actually have a pretty solid okay. All right. I thought I wasn't on screen for a second there. So I looked over at stream. There was just a chair cam, and I was horrified. I was like, "I'm literally here. Where am I?"
Not
No.
the chair cam.
But yeah, no, the Vipers, they put up a good fight at the start of this one, but the Bandits they just ran them over eventually. The deficit just became so hard to crawl back from, even with potentially better scaling. So the Bandits will take this game, and with this win, they will secure a spot in playoffs, although we do not know where yet, but they cannot drop below 6th place. Meanwhile, the Vipers are still in it. They are not knocked out yet. They do have to hope for some very interesting scenarios to play out, and particularly they need to win their next game against the Outlaws, which is gonna be the next one they play. So if they do not get a break from these life or death situations.
Oh no. rough situation. It's a rough situation.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? But hey, if
Gotcha.
you gotta feel good to be the Bandits right now, and I
Oh,
will say
absolutely.
there was one match that was reported during that game. That was Wolves versus Unicorns. Wolves took that one, so Wolves further their lead heading into securing that second place spot. We'll have to see how the rest of the matches shake out. But before we go to a break, do either of you have anything you want to add about that last match?
Not much. That was it right there. Bandits being able to bring it back. That was looking fantastic for Viper. The early game was oh so nice. Getting that double kill early, locking down Sniper, and then the flip back and never letting it go and never looking back for the Bandits. Like, you love to see it, man.
Yeah, the Bandits just played. They just accelerated the game in a way that the Vipers just weren't able to answer to, and the Vipers just fell underneath the constant pressure that the Bandits were exuding. So yeah, nothing really more to say, nothing really more to analyze. It was just a complete stomp, a complete massacre by the Bandits, and they're looking very strong going into this last week of games.
Yeah, they're absolutely going to be looking strong going into that last game. And we have the MVP poll up right now. Who do you think was the ultimate gamer on this matchup? Was it Shadow Dragoon 5, Vordaddy, Astrowave, Sniper Baruka, or DRG Overcomer? I'm gonna give a vote to the support. You know, I'm helping the homie out. You gotta support your supports. You know, they don't get money, they don't get food. They're starving out there. You gotta throw them a bone at least once in a while. So yeah, that I don't do I believe that Overcomer deserves that one? Probably not. But you know, I want to help him out. So
Usually I agree. Most of the time I agree, but Sniper Boricua was out there on their own in the front lines, just letting it rip out there. So I had to give it over to Sniper there. Votes are coming in. It looks like Astrowave is in the lead by just about 20 points right now.
yeah, and we'll have to see how that shakes out after this break. Because we're going to take a short one while we get ready for our next match between the Phantoms and the Hammerheads. This game doesn't matter. So we're going to see how it plays out. And it's going to be an exciting one. Hopefully we get something spicy, but we'll see what happens. When we come back after this break, stick around. You aren't going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to Game 2 of the night between the Hammerheads and the Phantoms. And, oh boy, this match changes nothing. This match is definitely...
Guys, later. Have a good one.
All right, yep, we can. We're gonna take an hour. This is now going to turn into what podcast is it tonight, boys? What are we doing instead of League? Pokemon Unite. Ooh,
Oh,
well,
no.
I've been playing
no.
Pokemon Unite again. I started getting back into it. You know,
We got Worlds this weekend. Let's go.
It's exciting. It's exciting. But anyways, we're talking about this match. And unfortunately, because the Hammerheads are locked in first and the Phantoms can't possibly make playoffs, this match does literally nothing for the playoff standings. Aside from it, if Phantoms wins this, there's a possibility they can get 8th place in the season above the Hounds. So they're battling it at... The Phantoms are battling for 8th place, and the Hammerheads are battling to clean up their season in a dominating fashion. So I do hope that, you know, if either of the members of either teams are in the chat right now, you know, I'm not going to say that our man Gurf promised to put down a 45,000 point bet on whichever team picks Heimerdinger. This includes the Phantoms. You know, while the Phantoms are definitely not favored in this one, Gurf will let you farm points off of him if a homie in the Phantoms picks the Heimer. But then, you know, Hammerheads could also troll, and then Gurf just gets all of our points, you know? So, it'll be hilarious if that happens, so, you know. I'll put down, I'll go all in if on whichever team picks Garen. So, you know, I'll put that out there. 3K down on Garen. I'll put 3K down. Oh, and MVP. We do have MVP from last game. Well, if we can stop talking about Garen, we can start talking about our MVP winner. That's right. It is Astro Wave, the kill leader of the league, coming in with another dominant performance on that Galio. Looking a lot like a Wild Rift Galio for sure.
Wild Rift Gallia.
Look, I played a lot of Galio and Wild Rift on release. I got to plat with like an 80% win rate just on Galio, just one-shotting people. It's crazy. It was crazy. That's what it looked like when I saw Galio dive the backline and wipe out 3 people. I was like, I remember doing that in Wild Rift. This is hilarious, but not nearly as hilarious when you're on the side of the Vipers getting wiped by the Galio. But it's what it is. I love Galio. He's always been one of my favorite champs, so I'm happy to see the Galio put down some work, especially when he's not super meta right now. I do not know the status of where we are getting into this next match. Are we all in lobby? Do you happen to know? We are. Oh, okay. So, in case you were, I do not know if I already did updates for the rest of the matches, because all of them are in for the first set of games. We have Hammerheads 1-0 over the Sharks. So the Sharks lost their first match. This is the 0-4 Shark timeline where the Vipers sneak in despite losing both their games this week. We have the Wolves going 1-0 over the Unicorns, and the Outlaws take a game over the Dragons. So Outlaws are getting into a very good spot to secure playoffs position with this win. I believe now if the Outlaws win their game against the Vipers, they will secure playoffs. So once again,
See it.
the Vipers are trying to play gatekeepers. So yeah, exciting. I wish there was more to talk about with this Phantoms Hammerhead match, but we'll have to see if we could get some spice coming down in the draft. So I'll throw it over to you two, and we can get it going for game 2 between Hammerheads and the Phantoms. Take it away, boys.
Well, Hammer won't be losing any games at all. Just saying. But let's see as we get into this draft. Phantoms will be on the blue. Hammer will be on red. So Phantoms will have that delicious Jinx pick there.
Well, you know, if Hammer has decided to leave it up, or we could get absolutely completely troll drafts from both sides, because like Becky has told us, it doesn't matter what either of these teams do. One is locked for first, and the other is also, you know, locked or relatively locked out of the playoff contention. So, Brand and Morgana both getting taken off the table. And honestly, I couldn't even hope to predict this draft because, like I said, nothing matters. They might just go crazy. They might go completely meta, or they might go something else entirely.
Zeri Vayne being taken off the board there. Viger and Nocturne following suit for Hammer. Phantom does have the first pick here, and we're gonna get the Xerath hover.
Interesting. Xerath hover. Okay, at the end of the day, he's a decent mid laner. He's a good support, and he can get priority with, like the same way Victor can, but from a much further position in lane. Right? He's the quintessential artillery mage, but it will be the Heimerdinger lock in for the Phantoms. Where do you put the Heimerdinger? Who knows? Maybe top, maybe mid, maybe support, maybe jungle. Why not?
anywhere you want him to be.
But now I want to see Irelia from Hammerheads to make this Heimerdinger's life a living hell. You know, as the Irelia main, I would love to see Irelia here. Just make Heimerdinger wish he wasn't playing League of Legends at the current moment.
Wow.
It's so free, man. I love this lane so much. Top, mid, give it to me in the jungle. I don't care.
Just Irelia, please.
It will be the Blitzcrank.
40.5k drop there, ladies and germs, like it's hot.
Wow, and that's all of a sudden now I'm betting against Scurf no matter what.
Right?
Just give me some of that sweet cash. But Hammerheads, like we said, picked up the Blitzcrank and currently opting, debating their next pick, debating where the Heimerdinger might be going. What do they want to show? What do they want to give up? Maybe an ADC here. Jinx is still up. Jinx is still very strong. Aphelios is well strong. Asriel, decent. Can work with the Blitzcrank, but it will be the Kaisa pickup here. So, bringing some of the hybrid damage, can go mid, or not mid, but can go AP, hybrid, or AD pure. So we will have to see what they respond with on the side of the Phantoms. Maybe this is where you pick up your own ADC, grab the Jinx who's just been kind of sitting there by her lonesome.
Hopefully. That's what you would think there. Kaisa Blitz will be picked up there.
So Blitz, what do you pick into it? Rakan, Xayah maybe? I like the Xayah bust. I think she's decent again, and Rakan never falls out of the meta.
Pick up there. Rakan is the
Ooh,
answer.
Jhin. Interesting.
Jhin gonna be picked up there. I don't know if I like the Jhin pick here.
Yeah, the Jhin pick feels a little bit rough, but it can definitely work. Long range artillery ADC, right? Just playing super far back while the Rakan engages, the Heimerdinger holds the line. But the Hecarim pickup makes the Jhin feel so much worse. He's going to have a very, very hard time playing this game.
Let's see here. Oh.
What do they ban away? Honestly, you don't know where they could be going with this draft. Again, you don't know where the Heimerdinger is going. But if I was the Phantoms, I 100% ban the Irelia, because like I said, it just makes the Heimerdinger so much worse to play.
Taking off there.
Victor going out as well.
Taking off. Irelia is still showing.
Do they get rid of the Irelia here? This is your last chance, guys. This could make it really difficult for this Heimerdinger here. I think
He's
you really
begging.
do.
He's like, please, 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 please. But Mal's taking off, man.
It will be. Yep, the Mal's are get taken out. So yeah, what do you blind pick here? Well, you're not really sure where the Heimerdinger is going, so you might as well force him into the mid lane, right? So this is where 100% I would pick the Irelia, force him mid lane, and then get a good AP counter pick into him if I was a Hammerheads, right? Alternatively, you could blind pick a mid laner here that's as well decent into the Heimerdinger. But Irelia is a super versatile champ, can go mid, can go top. So at the end of the day, we really just need to see what the Hammerheads, can play, not the Heimerdingers. I'm gonna get that messed up. I promise.
Got Heim on the mind there. He's stuck on it now. 1 second left. They're gonna blind pick mid here.
Vel'Koz.
Assuming Heim is going to go mid here. Now this could be a top flex pick here with the jungle being shown as well. So definitely you can counter pick for mid first. And then you can counter for your jungle.
Yeah, I need to see the Heimerdinger.
Top pick instead.
Ooh, Mordekaiser.
Weird. Kind of bothers me. You see jungle, you see mid already. You don't see top.
Those Sejuani could definitely work with the Mordekaiser, but like I said, I think it still kind of leaves him a little bit open for the Irelia pick, because although Irelia finds it a lot harder to do with the Mordekaiser nowadays, but it can definitely work. Don't know about Elise. She's been in a very rough spot in the current meta, in the past few metas actually. I think she's one of the worst AP junglers at the current moment. Triple AP Sot side. This is the easiest Merc Tread games of my life. No matter who I'm playing, I just pick up Merc Treads and they cease to deal damage to me.
I love Elise though. I honestly really do enjoy Elise gameplay so much. It really disappoints me that she gets nerfed into the ground the way she does.
And now what do you pick here? Well, Mundo, of course, the AP threat, or anti-AP threat, super good. I think Irelia still can work here, can definitely outplay it. Teemo.
Highlight 5 seconds. Is it real? Is it real?
Did they troll their
3
draft
seconds
like that?
left.
I mean, why as well?
Gangplank.
Yep.
The gangplank trick.
All around better counter pick into the Mordekaiser. Can cleanse his ultimate very easily, can cleanse the Elise stun. Realistically, you can never touch this gangplank at all. He just kind of scales up and wins. It's a rough spot. It's a rough spot for the side of Phantoms. Well, they're like I said, their top side is so heavily indexed into the AP side of things. It's kind of hard for them to play the game into super tanky Hecarim or into this Gangplank who's realistically just gonna cleanse all their stuns and CC and all that stuff. Yeah, I think I just give the edge over to the Hammerheads, not just because they're on paper the better team, just because the draft is better too.
Yeah, no, I really do enjoy theirs. I don't like their bot lane a lot, and I feel like especially around here, their bot lane matters a lot. And just the Rakan Jin just does not have the synergy as the Kaisa Blitzcrank there. Both being really good picks there to get pulled. And really could just cause a lot of damage. I love Elise, but Elise isn't really in the meta right now. Ward isn't the worst option here. Gangplank definitely does win that matchup there. And then the Hyman to the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz should never to necessarily really deal with Heim here. With the long range and the burst potential from their abilities. So yeah, really Hammerhead really outwinning the draft, I would say, by far right now.
Yeah, the only way I really see this side of the Phantoms like not winning, but holding even long enough for certain parts of their team to scale, such as the Jin, is just Ezio Killer on the Heimerdinger just holding down mid, and Weehaw on the top side holding it down with the Mordekaiser in some way into all the pressure of the Hammer decks are just going to be bringing it into them. But yeah, at the end of the day, you're into a Blitzcrank, and Blitzcrank is just one of the few champions that no matter in what draft, in any world, he is always just an X factor, right? If he gets that hook, it's game over to the Phantoms. If he misses the hook, realistically, the Hammerheads can still win it. They aren't relying completely on the Blitzcrank hook, but it is such a danger to the side of the Phantoms that they always have to be careful of this little robotic golden monster.
Yeah, no, the arm is evil. You gotta be careful and respect it. So let's see. How many you think he's gonna grab today? How many? How many keys you think Blitz got in this game?
100% of the hooks.
100% of the hooks.
100%.
He won't miss any hook.
Nope, won't miss a single one. I promise. If he misses a single one, he's bad. I don't know.
Wow. Wow. Called him out. He said if you miss one, you are bad.
Yeah, miss one,
Not
you're
allowed
bad.
to be number one.
Miss one, team diff. It's
Gap, yeah, team gap, yep. He
Well,
misses one, he's been carried now.
Oh yeah, he's getting 100% getting hurt, dude. Like I don't know.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, it's just interesting because it's like this Hecarim and Heimerdinger matchup. Both of them don't really slot into their teams well. The Heimerdinger kind of just there for the memes. Plays really good disengage, but his team doesn't have a way to really follow up on his disengage and re-engage into a fight. It's super hard for them to do that. The Vel'Koz, on the other hand, a lot of damage, but no real way to get to a fight, and just kind of has to let them engage into him so he can disengage it again. But his team is the engage team, right? So both a little bit wonky here for each side, and it's going to be interesting to see how each mid laner plays out the game past the laning phase.
Yeah. That's going to be the real big part. Is the swap. The swap. Oh, is that gonna be enough though there? We're gonna have to see as we load into this game 2. Predictions are locked in. Beautiful drop there. Oh, wait. No way.
Yeah.
There it is. Nah, there it's just joking.
Let's just keep things normal, guys. Let's not.
I was getting so excited there, man. But like I was saying, game 2 is loading in. Predictions is going to be finally locked in as well. Hopefully your predictions match up with us on the table. And as we load into game 2, we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We will be right back, beautiful people.
It makes your blood run hot. It makes your spit taste sweet. It makes you feel more alive than you have ever been. Why would you die up there when you can live underneath? Dirty little animals. Beautiful cannibals. Slide, you can own that if you wanna ride. Throw your head back, make you feel alive. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of home that make you feel right. The little bad that make you feel alive. The kind of spin that make you should. Dirty little animals. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of spin that make you should. Never came, never same, give it local luck. But when you go under, you won't ever go back up. Never came, never same, never going up. Cause when you go under, you will never go back up. Never came, never same, never going up. Cause when you go under, you will never go back up. Hey, what you say, wanna find a place to play? Hey, what you say, wanna find a place to play? Slide, you can own that if you wanna ride. Throw your head back, make you feel alive. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of wrong that make you feel right. The little bad that make you feel alive. The kind of spin that really you should. Slide, you can own that if you wanna ride. Throw your head back, make you feel alive. The kind of bad that make you feel good. The kind of wrong that make you feel right. The little bad that make you feel alive. The kind of spin that really you should.
We are back, Victorious GG. Game 2 on the way. Phantoms on the right. Hammers on the right as well. Phantoms on the blue side, Hammers on a red side there, as I think we get to see the 5-man invade happen because we have the blitz, and I swear, if I don't see it, that's what I'm talking about, boys. That is what I'm talking about.
when
Get
you
in there.
when you have a blitzcrank and you're not invading, well, I think you're kind of into there a little bit, buddy. Like you got to use it, but they don't find anything of this initial invade. Maybe something else comes out of it. Walking into the mid lane, they do spot them on the ward, so they know that they're in the area. They just don't know where exactly. Vigar or feed a very dangerous looking blitzcrank.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Going in. Might get caught out here. Oh, a lot of damage there from the towers. Washed up ADC on the other side there. Sharky actually going to get picked up.
Oh
No, he lives with 6 there. Flash is going to go
Ignite.
in well. Washed up is going to grab the Ignite Flash to take him out. And it's getting chaotic already, baby.
I mean, yeah, yeah, Flash is getting blown on both sides. But at the end of the day, it is just the Hecarim getting taken out. And, you know, whatever. Just a little bit slower clear speed. The support as well getting taken out. Nothing too inconsequential. So no solo laners or anyone important getting the kills.
Oh, I mean, Gang got the kill there.
Yeah, we can just quickly hop into a replay here. And so you see, yeah, Sharky just walking into the wrong area at the wrong time, dodges the Q, but at the end of the day, doesn't have flash. They flashed in after him, but he has the ghost. And I think he made a wrong turn walking back closer to the wall because it just allowed him to get the
Yep.
flash, get the ignite. Yep. If he had
he-
walked so close to the wall, I think he gets out there.
If he went closer towards his red side, I think he would have definitely had it there.
Absolutely.
And Rakan with boots there at 2 minutes already. He's gonna be a fast boy. I wonder if it's gonna make that much of a difference there. Where are we on hooks right now for Viger or Feed?
I think he's only
1 of 1.
yep,
One of one right now.
only hit
100%
one.
is locking in.
Yeah, and one thing I just want to highlight is, the boots on the Rakan means Affected is going to be a lot more sad as an ADC when his Rakan just leaves his lane at level 6 and doesn't come back. That's what I would do on this Rakan. I think you just go influence other lanes and just leave your Jhin to cry alone. Speaking
Jhin
of,
has the tools to keep himself a little survive a little bit.
not as much when your tools are a blitzcrank hook to the face, right? He doesn't have a GP orange to cleanse that. Speaking of GP oranges, look at the damage he's gotten down in the Weehaw. Look at Weehaw CS differential already at 3 minutes. This guy's totally forced off the wave, and it's just all up to Elise to try to relieve some pressure. But honestly, if Sharky was a little bit more aggressive here on his clearing, they could have looked for an early dive here. But it is just going to be the reset for Mafia, and he's going to take it. He's going to play it slow, play it safe, and play it intelligent here.
Yeah, there's not much needed there. Sheen already being picked up there, checking towards the mid lane here. There goes the pressure coming over from the side of the foe there. Being able to knock away a lot of the tower and kind of pause the wave and cause a crash there in the middle yet again for them.
Yeah, nothing happening too much on both sides, just waiting for an opportunity. Oh, the hook. That's the first hook.
That's it.
That's it.
Game's
He's
over.
done. Yep. Alt F4.
So, Phantoms up 1 on this game. Very
Yep, they
surprised.
won. No, they just won the game. Yep, that's
I
it.
can't believe it.
That's crazy.
A 4-minute closeout. A fantastic job on the Phantoms there.
Oh, look
I
at
think
this.
that's a record.
Sharky going in for the gank. The flash
Sharky!
from Ezreal killer.
That
was
was
nice.
scary there. Rampage
But look.
looking like it was about to clap, but unfortunately gets away with just a flash being taken off the board.
Look at Weehaw. Mafia just got back to lane with the Sheen, and he's already back to bullying him again. It's so difficult for Mordecai
That's
to
a
play.
hard
this lane
matchup
out.
though.
Yeah, it's
can't come
honestly
in.
his worst, I think.
The Q from Gangplank does so much there. Add in the ignite there. Look at the free Q, just a point and click. No skills, no
Exactly.
skill shot required. The barrels adding in extra damages and crit and zone control there as well.
Oh, yes, so
Mafia
far off
just
the
hang out.
turret, man.
The pull in. Oh, I thought that was a bait.
Oh,
There
but
he
look at
goes.
the hit!
The hook there. Affected is feeling the mode there, getting the pull. I don't know if it's going to be enough. That 10% on both sides. Exhaust is going to be proc there. He's going to miss the heal Q proc, which I think would keep himself alive. Unfortunately, he does not get it. Looking back to bot side, Q should be off cooldown any second there, but I think just both characters being a little too low there. I think that's
Special with a little bit of taunting, but yeah, like I said, one hook equals death in this lane, and especially if it's affected, right?
Yeah, it
even
honestly
with the
doesn't
heal,
matter
man.
who he gets. Really,
Yeah,
I mean,
honestly.
Rakan can kind of mess things up a little bit there, because he can grant entrance right there, forcing the knockup. But for the most part, yeah, it doesn't matter who he grabs there, either affected or washed up.
Yeah, so they both have to play this extremely safe. But yeah, just look at the inventory on the side of Mafia versus Weehaw. He is just absorbing so much pressure. Has only a Doran shield to his name. Finally reached level 6, but into a Gangplank. You realistically can't turn that around. You can't expect it to do that much work, right? But look at that. Defoe managing to push in Heimerdinger, who usually doesn't get pushed in by most of the characters in the game. So, Ezio Killer playing on the back foot just a little bit. A huge CS differential in the mid lane. Not so much in the top lane. He has managed to claw it back just a little bit. But he's finally back, and he's finally picked up some items for Weehaw. So,
That's
not
good, though.
quite as bad anymore.
It's not too bad, but the Sheen longsword there is just really dangerous. The CS lead there, mid lane too, is pretty serious there.
Oh, but look at the gank in the
coming in mid, but
potentially.
I'm looking a little low on mana.
Nope, but they see it comes out. Runic forced to back off there, and it is going to be Sharky just going back to CSing in the top lane. He did pick up an early tier and did the Hecarim, looking for that bruiser Hecarim build that we've seen floated around so many times, now the current meta. Maybe there's a gank to be had in the top side from on Mafia here. Runic maybe looking for the opportunity as Mafia getting quite aggressive. His jungler just back. He's in a dangerous spot.
Doesn't have CC here. A lot of damage coming in. He's gonna have to orange there. Gets the clench. Flash is there as well. R has been landed already. The Shadow Realm has been taken away.
But the hook hits.
Is gone. The hook is gonna land there. Stun CC is gonna stop Viger Feed's siege approach there, as we're going to get the pause there in the action on the bot lane and make it a trade of 1-4-0.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there from the Blitzcrank, but more importantly, great stuff from Weehaw. One thing I want to highlight what he did correctly as another hook lands.
Goes on in. Hook knockup goes on in. Washed up does not see the opportunity to take the grand entrance. Is going to take the shield and the ignite off the board for Viger there. I really do enjoy that that pull there from Viger. Update now. It's right there. Scratch that.
But Special goes in too deep.
Going in with the killer instinct. Washed up is going to live with 10% there. The crit from Affected is going to hit, but it's not going to matter. It's going to force the back here. Mafia getting super aggressive here after that lost trade topside.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to highlight, what Spectral did, relatively speaking wrong right there, is he pressed Q while he was in flight, right? And that's usually a good idea, but if he had just waited on his Q as Sharky goes in the mid lane here, does he get the kill? Nope.
Coming on in, picking away.
Can't even get a chance to talk, man.
So close, so much action here. I'm going to pass it on over so you can finally get something in before we get something going.
Who knows if they even give me a chance. So much action as you're speaking, correct. It's back and forth, but nothing comes of it on both sides. But yes, what was my original point? I think it was something not even important, so we're just going to move past it.
And most likely.
Yeah, relatively speaking important, but ADCS at 9 minutes. Defo is absolutely smurfing on this Vel'Koz right now. Just doing so much work. Expect a big back. Has 11,000 in the bank. Yep. He just spin it all. So yeah, a huge buy for the Vel'Koz here. He's sitting pretty. He's already been managing his mana so well in the mid lane. I expected to just get so much better. Now he has a lost chapter. But yeah, 2 kills to 2 kills and 1,000 gold lead for the side of the Hammerheads. And it just comes down to CSing. Just comes down to pure CSing ability.
Yeah, honestly, just control of the lane and wave management. And it's just those macro, minuscule plays that I really thoroughly enjoyed that I don't think it's really discussed on. Because there's really not much action on it, So sometimes it goes really unnoticed. But you can really start to see, as we are approaching to this mid, Flash being forced out. Viger getting caught there on the ult. But not much there is going to be caught out. Like we were just discussing there, just being able to have the wave management to push and then get a 3-man rotate like that. Getting a flash, which it could have been more, but we're not gonna point any fingers, Viger. But given the fact being able to even get a chance like that, to put that out on the board is very nice. Viger again. Just kind of
hooks sometimes, but it happens. It happens to the best of us.
I think he just has the ability. He sees that it's on, and he's just pressing it.
Ooh, Mafia
nice hammer, nice barrel there. 200 crit magic damage there as we get the passive locked and AoE damage going. Weehaw able to sustain themselves a little bit better.
But look at Sharky. He's in a position to gank here. Has the ghost kit, pops it, and they're looking for the ultimate on Affected.
Is going to go in. The ult there is going to whiff just a bit. The hook is going to land there. The quickness is coming out. Should get them out, but unfortunately, Sharky's going to make an effect. Really feel those effects there. The foe there on the 4-man Fiesta. Gank on the bot lane. Elise there on the rotate as well.
Nothing else comes out at the end of the day. And right there, Sharky just overshooting his ultimate a little bit too much. Didn't realize that they didn't have flashes. If they had flashes, that would have been a great ultimate. They would have flashed directly into him. But at the end of the day, they just don't. So nothing else happens from that. I don't know, just aim the ultimate a little bit better, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. They do pick up the Cloud Drake, and they extend
Nice.
the goal lead to about 2,000 and some change. And yeah, nothing else happening on the map here as Weehaw trades in quite aggressively in here on Mafia, but you know, he only has a little bit of damage compared to the Sheen, compared to the Caulfield's Hammer.
Oh, the
The
Caulfield's in there
Gangplank
now.
just is sitting on top of, and he's sitting on so much gold, 1,300 to 800 from the top lane matchup.
Checking on the hook update there, 40% right now.
Uh-oh.
For,
Again, he's out of position for Mafia. Look at this. Elise is in the
in
area.
trouble. Elise is here though. Runic looking to try that.
Oh, he failed his flash.
There goes the flash into the shadow realm that he goes. Weehaw in doing the damages there. The cannon barrage is gonna drop, but it's not going to be enough. Now taking the lead here. Weehaw is in the driver's seat for this top side. Only 20 CS is what making the difference between these two.
Yeah, and even though they got that kill, it's such a dominant position right now that from the Hammerheads that even with that kill getting given over, it's, you know, realistically speaking, still almost about a 2K goal lead, right? They didn't lose too much out of it. So just playing their game their way, and affected and washed up, moving to the mid lane, trying to put some pressure on the foe, but he sees it coming from a mile away, just walks back simply, and now that he has Essence Reaver, it's a completely different story. I think he just honestly 1v2s here, even with the ganks in.
Uh-oh.
Built in.
Going in right now. He's going to have to take a step
look at
back
easier
there.
kill on the
stun
side.
is there. Oh, the AoEs are coming on down now. A lot of damage there. The foe is going to be able to pick up Weehaw there. It was looking really good for Weehaw there for a bit, but unfortunately just not enough rotation was called there and kind of forced into a 1v4 situation, and it's going to have to sacrifice the Herald there as well.
Yeah, they definitely had the opportunity to force something. You know, Washed Up and Affected were walking mid lane. They could have kept walking, right? They could have kept going towards that Drake, and I think that would have been the correct play. But at the end of the day, they called the roam short, and it cost them several kills. Or, sorry, 1 kill, and the Rifttail getting picked up. The flash in from Vigar. He hits the hook this time.
There he goes. Nice, beautiful hook is going to land there, and that's going to be the end of that man right there. Affected, looking for the dive. The quickness coming in.
Oh, he's dodging everything.
Using the killer instinct to dodge away. Stun is going to land. The current call is going to put on the damage. The 4-shot is ready to go, but they've waited and taken too long of their time. Flash is going to go over the wall, forcing Viger to miss yet again another hook.
Oh man, they are playing this so well on the side of their Hammerheads, outplaying that dive that realistically should have been a kill. Playing it very, very well. Just all across the map, except for maybe topside Mafia, you know, doing a little bit of inting, but when you have that huge of a goal lead, I think we could forgive just a touch of inting, right? Checking on items, you know, mid laners picking up items. Jungler, interestingly enough, picking up the item. The Elise grabbing the Night Harvester, and Jhin, despite being down some deaths and some CS, picking up the what's it called again? Gale Force. Yep, I knew it off the top of my head.
Got it.
And then the Manamune picked up from the Kaisa as well. So items finally coming through. About each side has their own 3, and both Blitzcrank and Hecarim looking for that more of a tanky, sustain kind of build. And look how much damage on the Ezio Killer there. Belkosh just pumping it out, especially when he has the Lunan Echo. I don't think anyone in this game can match him in terms of damage right now.
No, I don't think so either. It's actually really weird to see Mythics being made out on blue side and still not being enough to hook landing yet again. Runic trying to Spider-Woman their way out of the situation, but it's just going to have to land back into the center. The team not being there. Quickness is going to be proc there. Knock up Grand Entrance plus the shield toss is going to be enough. TP coming in during for mid lane. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it's damage. A lot of speed. Cannon Barrage is going to drop there to just keep him at bay. I like that play there, actually. 4-shot kills. Woo! A lot of damage there, but it's only going to be just a little hair, a little tick.
Yeah, and it's like, why teleport there? Like, realistically, what were you going to lose if you didn't teleport there? Honestly, the Rick wasn't even up. You weren't going to lose anything, just maybe 1 kill extra. And at the end of the day, when you lose, you know, when you lose a kill like that on your jungler, you can't really contest the Drake anyway. So teleporting there, super bad because you did give up the tier 1 in the top side. And then the Gale Force, again, just getting aggressive, over-aggressive, looking for a trade that was never going to be there, especially with Vygar feet just waiting in the bush for you to do something like that. So, you know, the Phantoms just trying to do what they can, eke out wherever advantages that they can. But 2 turrets getting picked up mid and top. This Drake is more than guaranteed for the Hammerheads.
For the most part, I don't know if you necessarily really do go for this contest here. Mafia will have teleport momentarily. I think it is enhanced teleport too, so they will be able to come down to just about anything there. So drag will be picked up. I think we will have Infernal Soul. Oh no, Hex Gates activate.
Ooh.
Actually, a very spicy one. I
I
actually
like
enjoyed
it.
this one a little bit.
Oh, Vygar feed looking for a hook, doesn't find it. The minion wave comes up and saves the bot lane for the side of the Phantoms there. But yeah, but look at Runic looking for a position to flank. But look who's also on the bot side. And Sharky, as the hook goes in, it's good.
It's looking nice. A lot of damage going on in here. He's
One goes
gonna
wide.
have to be careful. Vygar's gonna have to be careful. But he gets picked there. Killer Instinct will trade it. Make
Oh,
it
the
1-for-1.
teleport from Ezreal
Metro
Killer.
in the wrong spot in the wrong time now is gonna get picked up there, and that is gonna make it a 2-for-1 on the side of Phantoms.
Yeah, it feels really bad there from Spectral to ult in, right? Especially when the kill was literally guaranteed. So ulting in wasn't necessary. Yeah, you know, they just lost TP in the top side. You know, Mafia teleporting top side to save the turret. Ezio dropping his own teleport in the bot side. So the only person in... Oh, no. Also looks like Defoe used teleport, but that's going to be the ult, and it's going to be good. Oh my god, that's so much damage.
Damage too there, just to help him out a bit. Killing spree there, 170 there, plus the...
Oh, I think Runic's dead here.
Yeah, Runic is in trouble here. That is not your jungle anymore. You are sharing, my friend. It is our jungle. And yeah, Runic trying to dodge these abilities, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Mafia taking a lot of damage here.
Oh,
looking like a 100 boss, but now looking like a level 1 grunt as he's on the run with the mean obliteration there. Yeehaw, stepping up and upgraded himself to a capo.
Yeah, you know, Weehaw is actually playing this so well. Waiting for his jungler to come up and influence the lane, then coming down himself and bringing the Hammer of Justice down on the Mafia. So Mafia has to play it cautiously. Even though he has 2 items, it's not enough to kill Weehaw at the end of the day. As watched up.
It's going to have to shield back and gain great entrance back. Get themselves away from there.
These hooks, when they land from Vygar feed.
And at a 20 right now, 50%. Went up a little bit. Half off from the 100.
Oh, he's hex flashing.
Oh, check it out.
Doesn't hit anything. Feels bad. Yeah, very nice on the hook accuracy percentage. Keep me updated as Spectral goes in. Doesn't start auto-attacking until a little bit later, but it doesn't even matter. I think at the end of the day.
Will get it. Nice work. Affected there is trying to put on their own damages there.
Oh, he hit the minion.
Up there is going to have to flashback. Curtain Call will hit. But, Curtain Call wide open now. Vygar will have to tank this shot, and the other one.
Oh, he let him start taking the turret.
Plus the tower shot.
Oh my god.
Oh man, that was scary. Sharky looking for the work here.
Oh, look at the top side.
Weehaw putting on the damages here. Nice work. There goes the ult from the Hecarim there. Mafia picking
in the mid lane.
On there, picking up one on the mid. Runic trying to win this 1v2, but unfortunately will die down to this rampaging horse. That will be a 3-0 across the map for the Hammerhead.
Right now, Hammerhead's showing us why they're the most dominant team in the league. Even with the, you know, relatively subpar, interesting draft, they are putting in work. They got the counter picks in both lanes. The only, like I said, the only part that I think is interesting, emphasis on the int, is the Blitzcrank. But the Blitzcrank is doing work. He's hitting hooks, so I can't call it completely in. You know, every single time he does land a hook, he usually gets a summoning spell or a kill out of it. So, I'm
He doesn't even need to land it to get a spell out.
Yeah, sometimes he just throws it and they juke for him, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Defoe.
Right now,
what
look
the
at
heck?
the damage coming from Mr. Defoe there.
But yeah, they are well and truly in control of the game. Almost 10,000 at 21 minutes. Now, honestly, this is where they start looking in the game because they can group and honestly murder everyone on the map. The enemy have no real chance to come back. Everybody on their side has almost 2 items. Everybody else on the enemy side.
Jungle love. You see him holding the blue there for him. You love to see it.
I mean, unless you're a jungler, in which case you're missing your buff. But Runic walks right into the area he's not supposed to be.
Walks into one
Dodges
Q,
some
misses
damage, but I don't
another,
think it
drop
matters.
it back down, and yeah, there's nowhere
Oh,
for it.
just my guy here. And we just
Spectral
flag
trying
this.
to go in, goes for the Gale Force crit, but it's not enough. Spectral picking up one there for themselves, and that will be
Oh, easy. Oh, wrong area.
Attack, teleportation brings back the pinch and the gank here. Sharky here as well, waiting for that rampage to ramp up. Here it comes, 3v5 right now. Do the Hammerheads or do the Phantoms have this? Weehaw trying to beat a boss battle here in the end of an MMO, but I don't think he's strong enough to do it. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to be dropped back down there. Another 3-0 series.
That was a 4-0.
That was a 4-0. That's even worse.
Yeah, Runic did die at the start of that. Just came up at the end of it, but yeah, like we said, just the worst case scenario for those guys. It looks like Sharky's trying to get his top laner killed here, just a little bit. But Mafia survives. They don't let him scoreline go into complete garbage. So, like I said, 11k gold lead exploded up from that 2k or 9k it was just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game is, Hammerheads. Let's hop into a quick replay here. The hook goes wise, Izuka flashes out, and then they just start playing this slow chase game. Vigar with the flank. They do manage to hit the charm onto the Blitzcrank, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Sharky is right there to clutch up. Weehaw looking to ult in on the Mafia, but he has the orange, he has the survivability, and he just barely wins out with the one last Q there. With the Mafia trying to look for a kill on an Ezio killer, doesn't quite find it. He's in enemy territory at this point. Has to be very careful. Runic and washed up ADC walking down to end his life, but nothing happens at the end of the day. They don't see the play. They don't go for it. It's just gonna be Runic just picking up his buff here very slowly. Oh, he tried to flash and take it.
Oh, I thought he did. I thought he had it. That's what I was like. That's so disrespectful. Looking for the 5-man gank here. Affected in trouble here. He's gonna get pulled back there. Affected putting on the damages there. Washed up ADC, putting on the survive. Killer Instinct gonna come in as well to put on the damages, and he's gonna live there. Really nice work from Phantoms there, keeping the man alive.
And he just missed his ultimate. Imagine if he didn't miss his ultimate. Imagine how that's just their kill, right? They do trade tier 1 topside, but I feel like if you're trading tier 1 for tier 3,
it's not worth.
You're sitting pretty if you're a Hammerhead. Say we'll take that any day of the week, 9 times out of 10.
Very true.
And again, right there, Spectral, made a little bit of a Kaisa misplay, dashing in, pressing Q while they're dashing in instead of waiting until the target was almost completely isolated to press Q and get the full damage of their Qs. If they just waited, I think that's a kill that they could have picked up, and we would be sitting at a different story for the side of Affected and Squad.
Yeah, I mean, how much different though, honestly, as we look to rotate towards the Baron. Oh,
he just walks into him.
There it is.
Dang.
Affected. Getting affected there. Feeling the effects from the affected Blitzcrank. It's very effective.
Okay. But watch them taking a lot of damage there. Mafia running away.
Trying to grid entrance on the Mafia there. It's not gonna work.
Oh, they're cornered.
There's a pinch. Cannon Barrage will bring it back in. Weehaw going to try to become the boss battle. I don't know if he's going to have enough health there. They're melting the rest of Phantoms away there, and that's going to be the Diet Thunder Ace.
This is Diet Thunder. What even? Honestly, they could go for the in here if they just push topside. Only person who can really contest is Affected. If nothing else, they can definitely get at least 2 inhibs here. I think this is a little bit of a misplay. Like the Baron is yours at this point. Get the 2 inhibs, get the Baron, then you can focus your full might bot side. But either way, as long as they're doing something on the map, just not letting this opportunity pass them by, they just take the Baron. 50k gold to 36k. It is nowhere close for the side of Hammers versus Phantoms. They are just beating them up. Hopping into a quick little replay here. But look at this. They caught them so perfectly well just in the pitch. They saw it happen, and all they can do is push through on the Mafia, but especially with the Cannon Barrage blocking their way. A little bit of a misplay. They didn't try to ult out the Hecarim there. I think if we had done that, he definitely could have saved, more members of his team, sacrificing his own life, but at the end of the day, everyone gets wiped out there, and they just pick up a completely free Baron.
Yeah,
So clean.
pretty clean there. Speaking of clean, 6-0-5 on the foe right now.
Speaking not of clean. Oh my god.
Oh my god, look at that damage though. Looking clean right now. Mafia
Another crit.
does get the crit though. Mafia looking to try to clean this out though. 2v1 looking really good right now. Runic coming
Oh
to try to
God.
save him, but he's not gonna get it there. Grand
He gets
Injury's
another
not gonna
one.
be there. And he gets the triple. He gets the triple off the 3v1 there. That was insane. The team trying to go and pick him up and try to help him out, but they will fall as well. This alien man, William Dafoe, is godlike when we get another ace off the rip.
Diet Thunder Ace, and then right there, Mafia just putting the team on his back, saying, you know what, I'll get the triple kill. I'll end the game pretty much solo-handedly. And that was just a beautiful gangplank right there. And yep, that's going to be more than likely the end of the game.
One
Weehaw,
shot.
1 second,
No,
nope.
one shot. Wait,
GG's coming out.
defense.
Oh man, they're just
Looking
farming
it,
for
they're trying
KDA
to
at this
get it,
point.
and now they're just flexing. Spreadman goes up, tries to get something. Runic just gets dropped back down as soon as they come in.
Yep. Oh man, they're prolonging the agony.
Prolonging the inevitable here. Oh, beams coming in. Oh, they're getting
Oh.
kills off base. Oh,
hate to see it.
man.
You hate to
Love
see
to
it.
see it, baby. Beam is now coming to the Hammerheads there. The serious gameplay coming from a serious team there. It was
Yeah,
all
and
very good.
Serious.
it was very
Serious.
seriously exciting to watch. And for those who wanted to keep tally, the final count of the hooks, we have 14 out of 30.
Not bad. Almost 50.
Almost 50, almost 50. Some of them were him just firing the hook in base, but that still
Oh.
counts.
That
So,
still
you
counts.
know,
Yeah.
you can't just fire hook randomly. You gotta actually land your hooks, otherwise you'll get flamed. So better luck next time. Maybe you'll get 50% in the next match, but you know, that's fine. Honestly, like, this game was something. Sure, what we can really say about it.
They played the game. They were
They
were
played.
there.
They were there.
Yeah. So we have the Hammerhead MVP vote going up right now. Was it Mafia, GLV, Sharky, Defoe, Spectral 650, or the nearly 50% player, Vagar or Feed? Unfortunately, I only support 50% players, so I'm gonna have to give it not to the support this game. Better luck next time. 100 ping's not an excuse. I played
Yeah.
Blitz on 400. I played Blitz on 400 ping and hit every hook one
Yeah,
time.
he gets
So
200%.
you know,
He gets 200% accuracy. So
you gotta hit double. You gotta hit twice as many hooks.
exactly. You throw one hook to grab two. And yo, I'm sorry, you gotta give it to Mafia, bro. Mafia the boss, bro. Mafia the man.
Yeah, he
Mafia the man.
absolutely.
Did you see that 1v3? Can we get that 1v3 on WePlay, please?
Let's watch
Roll
it.
that flag.
Oh man.
Let's look at a replay here.
Oh man. Look, 1100 crit. Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh.
Big
come on,
crit.
nice. Oh! Putting it
Oh
up.
my
There
God.
goes one.
He's waiting. Here comes Rakan. Meta Knight.
One's like, here I come.
Look how.
He's not
Oh
enough.
my
Wait,
god.
where'd he go? Where did he go? Actually, where did he go? I was busy watching Blitzcrank, so I didn't see that happen.
He's like,
What?
I got you, my queen, no problem.
This is just actually just sent to the Shadow Realm. Not really sure what else you could say about that game, but I'm glad the lads gave an exciting one for sure. You know, the Phantoms.
It was fun.
They still have one more game today against the Wolves, but you know, it's what it is. Phantoms were already out of playoffs, so they were just playing for pride and for fun, and to get Gurf to lose points. And boy, Gurf paid out today. So make sure if you got points farmed off of Gurf, type "Thank you, Mr. Gurf" in chat.
Yeah.
So you can all appreciate the value that we all have had today. But next match is another match that matters. We have the Dragons versus the Sharks. And after we go to a quick break, when we come back, we'll break down what to expect with this final match of the day. So stick around, because you aren't going to want to miss it. When we come back, more League of Legends action.
Get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path, I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space, yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, cause we going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come on my test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Cause people defeat, those they don't get it like.
Welcome back, everybody, to for our game 3 of the night, which is going to be the Sharks versus the Dragons. And you may notice that I believe up on the stream we are missing a person here. Instead, we have a duck with us. That is, Huey has been replaced by Quaxley from the new Pokemon games. I hope you're excited. Have you seen the new Pokemon games, Arlen? Have you seen the new Pokemon? I'm curious.
Gonna be real with you, I haven't played a Pokemon game since Fire Red.
You know what? That's fair. Fire Red's decent. You know, I'm not gonna complain. I've played all of them and whatever, and I know about all the new Pokemon, but it's all right. It's okay. But we will be able to cover it. I'll be doing play-by-play for this next match, which is something I'm comfortable with, but that's fine. Huey is with us in spirit and a duck, and I guess I'll be Fuecoco. So you get to be the cat, the weed cat. I don't remember its name. It's Sprigato? I think its name is Sprigato. Chat can correct me. Otherwise, right now I'm just sort of just waiting. We're doing some production stuff on the end here. So talking about Pokemon, which is just like the LCK, but real LCK hours talking about Pokemon. Anyways, let's talk about this game. Sharks versus Dragons. This matchup does matter quite a bit. The Dragons are currently on the day. They are 1-1, and the Sharks are 0-2 on the day. So the Sharks need to start picking up some wins if they want to get above 6th place. However, I will say that unfortunately, due to the results of the previous matches, the Vipers lost to the Outlaws, and the Sharks picked up a win against the Wolves. So, oh yeah, Sharks-Wolves. Sharks won. Sorry, my bad. I literally have it correct right in front of my eyes, and I just read it wrong. So you're gonna have to give me for being unable to read. So yeah, Sharks 1-1, and the Dragons are also 1-1 on the day. And because of those results, yeah, Sharks are 0. Yeah, Sharks are 1-1. They lost to the Hammerheads and beat the Wolves. Could chat? All right, I'm gonna stop reading chat. Do you know what's happening? I'm sorry, everyone. But yeah, Vipers are out. Basically, is what I'm trying to say here. They at this position, they are 8-10. Their last game was a freebie against the Hounds. So they will end the season 8-10, and every other team has 9 or more wins. So, unfortunately, the Vipers have been knocked out of playoffs, and our 6 playoff teams are going to be, of course, the when I pulled back up, I feel like I should remember this: the Hammerheads, Wolves, Dragons, Bandits, Outlaws, and Sharks. The positioning of these teams, however, aside from the Hammerheads, we will have to finish the week to find out. All right, and let's get MVP so we can actually get into this game. All right, let's pull up MVP. We have the incredible Mafia, the magician making people disappear like magic. Making that Rakan vanish before our very eyes. That was something else for sure. Very impressive work from Mafia. Definitely got focused in the early game, but pulled it back around because, as it turns out, Elise is not a champion when the clock hits 15 minutes. And that is tragic.
Realistically, Elise isn't a champion at 5 minutes.
Hey, whoa, what do you mean?
She quickly becomes a stun bot.
All right. Yeah, so good work, Mafia, for the on the gangplank today. And we're gonna be getting into our last match. We're gonna be going to the draft between the Dragons and the Sharks. I'll throw it over to us in a different screen. Say goodbye to Quaxley, everyone. We're gonna never see the duck again. Except maybe we'll see the duck at the end of the stream. So let's go ahead and throw it over to draft so we can get a look at this game.
Yeah, moving into draft here, Dragons, Sharks, they would both like this win just to determine seeding and whatnot. But what can we expect? Well, we haven't seen a Jinx at all in these past few games, so maybe a Jinx is not in the cards for tonight. But of course, she still would be a welcome sight, a very strong pick, very staple pick. Gwyn, very powerful B1. That you can definitely pull to your hat or use it as a really great R5 to mess with enemies' perceptions. Macaulay, a good counter pick into the Gwyn, forces her out of whatever role the Gwyn would want to realistically be in, whether it's top, mid.
We've got
or
the start
forcing
here.
to
The
middle.
Sharks eating a Shaco ban. This is pretty standard. The Sharks actually get Shaco banned against them quite frequently. Their jungler, it's either Sharks are one of the teams that get Shaco banned against them, just because I assume one of the Sharks players is a Shaco enthusiast. The Zeri getting banned, pretty standard. The Talon, kind of surprised to see that since he got nerfed fairly recently. I haven't really seen a lot of Talon myself, but still a very dangerous champion. And I think Galifianakis, is he on the Sharks? I think he's on the Sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah, Galifianakis is a Talon player, so makes sense that they would ban that away from him. The Hecarim, standard. Interesting how they're going to close this one out here, though.
Yeah, well, realistically, the bans aren't telling too much of a story. The Dragons right now are just getting one tricks and decent counter picks away, the Akali just opens up the door for a Gwyn B1 here. So if I was the Sharks, I'd maybe look at banning away a Gwyn here, or getting rid of the Jinx entirely. Either way, you don't really want a Jinx quirky to fall into the hands of any team, let alone the Dragons. So get rid of one of those, strong picks and just eat whatever they're gonna throw at you here, because it's gonna be rough. Considering that you only got rid of the Hecarim, you only got rid of the Zeri at the end of the day.
Yeah,
so,
the Akali is going to get banned now. One more ban for the Sharks here. Still a lot of priority champs on the table. I don't know if we'll see the Jinx ban come through, because granted, she's not like a... Braum?
interesting.
Braum is a choice. Don't really see a lot of Braum these days, and I find that kind of interesting personally, because I feel like for the past 3 seasons, it's been the holy trinity of Tom, Braum, Nautilus. And now all we ever see is Nautilus, so some Tom, but never any Braum. So surprised to see that go. Jarvan, it looks like it might be the first pick option, leaving the Jinx on the table. That will get locked in.
Yeah, and picking up the J4 here actually takes away the Jinx from the Sharks, right? Because Jinx is a relatively immobile ADC. Leaving her with a J4, it's a recipe for disaster. You're going to pick her into the J4 and he just gets a free flag and drag ult combo, and she's either forced to flash or die, right? Unless she has maybe a Lulu on her team. So if I was the Sharks, if I really want the Jinx, I could draft Jinx Lulu right here and just negate the J4 entirely. But I feel like that's a risky strategy, so they're just going to pick Ezreal. So a lot smarter here. Just dash out of everything the J4 wants to do and make his champion relatively irrelevant.
Yeah, and we could see an opening for a potential heavy roaming support, or a support that basically just abandons their AD carry. Alistar's a good pick for that, because Ezreal is very self-sufficient in lane. He doesn't necessarily need another person with him to sort of function. He'll fall behind a little bit, but he's pretty safe, at least in my experience. So the Alistar getting picked up would be a solid option here. Good kill pressure in lane, and Alistar can just go on a magical journey of his own and leave Ezreal to his own devices. And if Ezreal is playing intelligently, shouldn't get caught out in the bot lane.
Absolutely. And one thing I want to highlight is maybe they had the opportunity to go for an Ezreal Karma here, but I think they're just playing so much safer by going with Alistar. But now that Ezreal's dead on my screen, he realistically can't ever step up into a Lucian Nami, despite Lucian's not even relatively, super low win rate and pick rate across the board. He's just not a good ADC right now. Even with the Nami, into this lane in particular, they will do so much work and can achieve so much. So this Ezreal has to play so much more cautiously than he normally would, even into other lanes, especially whenever his Alistar goes to roam. So what do you pick here? Probably just look to kind of pick the jungle or grab a super strong mid pick such as the Corki. and then look to ban out for the Corki here.
That
The
is
Amumu.
neither of those things. That is a Amumu. A Mike's Revenge special, the Amumu. Last time we saw the Mike's Revenge Amumu on stream, I believe he chain fed. So hopefully we don't see that today, and we see what we want to see with the Amumu, which is really strong engage potential, especially paired up with maybe finding a control mage in the mid lane, like a Victor, like a Corki, or I guess Corki's not really control, but you know he hits people and does a lot of AoE. Maybe pick up an Orianna as well. Orianna with the Amumu and the Alistar. While the champ's not super meta right now, those are two really great ball delivery targets. The Diana will be the first ban by the Sharks in round 2.
Yeah, and if the Sharks aren't looking to get the Orianna for themselves, they have to ban it here, or else that's just a free Orianna, free J4 Orianna Nami combo right there, right? Like, they can't play the game into that's your front line's going to get eviscerated, and then it's just going to be Ezreal and whoever else that didn't get caught up in it standing outside of it. So if they aren't going to grab the Orianna here, ban the Orianna out, and you know, just look to counterpick in the mid lane here. Maybe, yeah, the Orianna has got to go. For their dragons, they don't really have anything to worry about. I would just say ban the Gwyn, because the potential in the top side for R5 Gwyn is really high here. And could definitely put some work onto them, especially Amumu Gwyn, underrated combo. I like it. It just buffs up the Gwyn's true damage to levels that's kind of disgustingly high. But it will be the Iron ban, so maybe the Orianna is a free gimme here for the Dragons.
Yeah, the Orianna may be a free gimme. After all, if the Dragons do decide, if the Sharks don't decide to pick it up, as there are for the Ivern gets banned here is something. I'm assuming it's targeted. I do not remember what the jungler of the Dragons plays, so I don't necessarily remember if Ivern's in that roster. And Ziggs, another Galifianakis champion, does get banned away here. So definitely, this is the Orianna angle for the Sharks, right? This is where the Sharks just lock in the Orianna, you know, call it a day, unless Galifianakis cannot play it. In which case, the Dragons could pick it up, and that would be bad news.
That would be horrible news. So either one is kind of locked into an Orianna here, because both sides will love an Orianna.
Sandra! Oh, no.
Their pick potential, you know, on one hand, their pick potential has gone through the roof, but on the other hand, I don't think Cassiopeia is the one you really want. She can work with the J4 combo, can make it incredibly difficult for the enemies to move, but it's just, I don't know. She does get a free lane into Lissandra, but like relatively immobile mage in the mid lane, and for Amumu, I feel like he just eats this snake for breakfast on repeat. So
yeah,
see if it comes out.
Yeah, the Cassio has absolutely no mobility, and Mumu and Alistar both can abuse that, especially if the Lissandra goes mid. Cassio is just such a if these are both mid lane, I am horribly confused as to what just happened. And how both teams missed Orianna. Maybe they just don't want to play her. Sion, though. Oh boy, I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting war flashbacks to last Friday. Oh no! Oh no! No!
And
no!
the Darius. Yep.
Oh no! And the Darius picked in response to the Sion. Maybe not the close for the draft we expected, but certainly an interesting one.
Very interesting. I think I have to give the edge to the Dragons though, because their 4-man comp is just so far and away better than the Sharks 4-man or even 5-man comp. It's kind of ridiculous. The Sharks really just looks more like a solo queue style team comp. They just kind of came together on a whim, and they're just playing their favorite champions. The Alistar Ezreal, it's just so outmatched by the Lucian Nami right here. It's not going to be fun for the Ezreal to play. The Alistar doesn't find too many roams on the Cassiopeia. They can definitely eat the snake up, but the top lane is kind of a wash, because Sion doesn't care if the Darius can kill him on repeat, because inting Sion here is just OP, because like I said, his 4-man comp is just far and away outpaced by the Sharks, so Darius has to end up grouping, and Sion just gets the free push in the side lanes on whatever side lane he's going for, just runs it down with Hullbreaker, dies under the turret, kills the turret, repeats until he's ending the game.
Yeah, that is what happens. Trust me, we saw it last Friday. Uh, for I don't know what league is on Fridays. VTS. We saw a Scion get picked up by Ohio State University. They were losing the game for like 20 minutes or 25 minutes or so, and then suddenly Scion just starts split pushing, and they just don't respond to the Scion, and he wins the game on his own. And I had a heart attack live on stream, so I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that doesn't happen here. I hope we see some Scion gameplay that actually gets responded to, but like you said, it is definitely not going to be easy for Darius to actually put a dent into this big ol' Scion.
Yeah, there does come a point where the Darius can match the Scion, but the Scion just scales faster and harder than the Darius, so he's kind of necessary to be there for his team. He adds that damage and frontline and bruiserness that his team needs at the current moment. They have a lot of frontline, but they don't have a lot of damage in that frontline. Their engage is relatively weak in terms of damage. It relies a lot on skill shots and a long drawn out fight. They need some sort of burst damage that the Darius can bring. So he has to group with his team. So the Scion, just like I said, just if the Scion gets ahead, it's a wash game for the Dragons. And even if he doesn't, their 4-man comp, like I said, just overperforms in this scenario.
Yeah, so before we go to break, I assume you're giving it over to the Dragons in this one in terms
100%.
of 100% the Dragons?
100% the Dragons.
100%?
Yeah, they just win this game unless, in terms of drafting. Now, in terms of actually being able to play the champions, that remains to be seen.
That remains to be seen. Well, we'll have to see if the Dragons can put their money where their mouths is and, pilot their game, pilot their champions, right-click properly, hit all their buttons, and bring it home to try and continue to contest for that first or that second seed, which is still on the table for the Dragons. Or can the Sharks win this one and continue their climb out of the trenches just to try and get better positioning going into the playoffs? We'll have to see when this match plays out, who it will go to. So when we come back, we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna be in the match between the Sharks and the Dragons. Stick around, because it's gonna be something, and it's gonna be something for sure, and you're not gonna want to miss it. Welcome into the game, everybody. We are in our last match of the day between the Dragons and the Sharks. And whoo boy, we have Team Purple actually for the Dragons right now. Very, very color synergized. You didn't get to see them all in base probably, but they are all purple. And I gotta respect the color synergy. I think it's gonna give them at least a a bonus in damage. That's how it works.
I wish.
That's how the color synergy work. It's like TFT. They have the color purple. That's their hidden trait. It'll give them a little more damage. That's very important.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But while we get into this, I'm curious. We were talking about the runes while we were loading in here, and there are some strange choices. So I was curious what your thoughts on the selection of runes are for this match.
So I think it's fine from Nairo to go for Aftershock. I think Glacial could have done a lot of work in terms of nuking the enemy's damage and return damage onto his team. I think Glacial would have been absolutely fine here. But when Mike's Revenge isn't going for Aftershock or Glacial himself, I think him going for Conquer forces Nairo into the Aftershock role, which is just overall less for the team. And I also don't like really the Conquer here on Nemumu. I understand that is meta, but realistically, who do you get to stand and trade with and actually win into? I don't think anyone, but we do see Napquan just running down Dark Python.
Napquan gonna get the passive procced. May try and get a... We have a fight here in the bot lane. Starling's gonna try... I'm the directed cam. Cannot decide who to look at right now. I've earned this win. Is gonna be running away here. There was a first blood in the top lane as well. Mofaseeker is gonna try and finish off I've earned with those fancy watery auto attacks, drowning this Ezreal. He's not having fun already, and the game just started. Now Nairo is gonna be knocking up Mofaseeker, trying to get out of this one, but another dash of water spray him down. That cow is out. That is going to be 2 for 1 across the map.
Yep, and even with your support in lane, the Ezreal Alistar cannot stand up to the powerhouse that is Lucian Nami, even with the prevalence of Lucian falling out of meta. You know, Dark Python dying in the top side is pretty rough, but like I said, it doesn't matter until it matters. Yeah.
So it's passive uptime, Sweaty. You know, you don't understand.
It's whatever, dude.
it's all about getting that maximum uptime. You know, there are a lot of Kog'Maw players where they don't utilize the passive, all right? And that just makes them bad players. So
exactly.
Yeah, the Dark Python here is just maximizing the Scion passive uptime, which I think is really intelligent, personally. But yeah, no, very unfortunate that he dies on the top side, but that's not the end of the world. The end of the world, however, is bot lane picking up 2 kills. Best you can say is they both went on Nami, and she is opting to go into Boots and a Ruby Crystal as her first pickup. We have a potential gank here in the mid lane. Never mind.
Yeah, so Director Cam goes top here. But like I said, nothing really matters done to the Scion or on the Napquan. It's really just more Napquan getting a huge advantage over the Scion, but Scion doesn't care if he dies a lot or gets a big advantage into this areas. He just wants to hit turrets at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, he's going to be able to hit those turrets. So as long as, you know, Napquan doesn't reach the break point of like 5 kills here, I feel like it doesn't matter too much what happens in this top lane. Like I said, it doesn't matter until it matters a lot. And
we'll have to see.
It is playing out really well.
Darius, if he does actually start picking up these random kills, we have an
what a dodge.
Headbutt, Pulverize, does not connect. Starling dashing out of that one, the damage being traded back. Now Ishan's in danger, the Claw's going to go in, the Root's going to go down. Mike's Revenge going to try and get as much damage down to Ishan as he can. The Flash will get burned while the Cassiopeia burns down, but no kill picked up in the mid lane.
Very nice flash there from Ishan, and we saw, even though he hit a little bit of the combo onto Starling, it didn't matter. Nairo lost half his HP just for going in right there, and it's just not worth it. If they cannot play this lane, it's just so difficult for them to get any work down. So once this level 6 power spark is reached for Starling and Mofaseeker, I just don't see how they lose at all. They're definitely gonna need some backup, probably from like some deity, not necessarily the jungler, because I don't think the Amumu is gonna be enough. They're gonna need to pray. You know, look for some kind of divine intervention, because this bot lane is so tough. Just the power of the Lucian and Nami, that the early game and trying to struggle through it is
is not a fun time. I'm a bot laner, I'm a support main, and it's miserable. Granted, I usually play the Nami, so I see the other players struggle, the enemies. I see them suffer, so I know how bad it is. But yeah, it's definitely a rough one for the Ezreal here, but is able to get a little bit of lane pressure here, for better or for worse, because now they're just gonna get frozen on here. Otherwise, the game has slowed down quite a bit as the junglers are just going to keep looking to clear. Not a lot of vision out on the map, and nobody really looking towards the Cloud Drake, which has spawned.
And one thing I just want to highlight is, you know, even though they have the 2 kills to 1, they've managed to equalize the gold on the side of the Sharks. And it's just purely because of the top lane advantage. Look at the CS differential at the point of the game. 30 CS almost. Man, it's streaking a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. 30 CS for this Darius here. He is absolutely smurfing on this Scion. But when you look at the rest of the map, it tells a vastly different story than just the gold does. Even though he is up 1,000 gold, you know, his bot lane is down quite a bit as well. Starling.
Wormhell going to be looking for a gank. Oh, does not hit the flag and drag. Nairo is going to be headbutting Wormhell out of that one. Starling's going to do his little bit of damage onto Nairo, proccing the press of the attack, but the attack will not be pressed any further. Wormhell going to hang around here, does get hit by the arcane shot, the mystic shot. Mystic shot, that's the ability. And yeah, nothing coming out of that one, but Nairo taking a ton of damage, and this poor cow just is struggling. Somebody like give a freebie for this cow. Give him like a reju beads just for free. Just try and help him out a little bit. He's having the opposite of fun, and it's very hard to watch.
Yeah, that's just the nature of picking Alistar in the current meta. He's not a good champ, quite frankly. He's just not a good champ. He really struggles, especially into, you know, ranged support lanes. So yeah, he's not gonna have fun, and he's not really building the boots that he should be rushing boots at this point and just instantly going to leave this Ezreal alone, because Ezreal isn't gonna be able to play the game. So why make yourself not play the game too, right?
Yeah, just rush Mobies and run it down mid. That's the classic Alistar strat. That's the old good stuff. Napquan taking a couple tower shots there. The dragon will get picked up by the dragons as Wormhell secures that. The first Cloud Drake will go down, and the next one will be an Ocean Drake. So Cloud and Ocean both off the table here as a potential soul. So Infernal, Mountain, or Hextech. Those 3 options are pretty spicy for sure.
Both sides would love a mountain. Both sides would love an infernal, especially, well, one side obviously would love it more, and that side would be the Sharks. They would love an infernal way more than the dragons do, just because their team lacks so much damage across the board. They just need that like extra 8% or so, or more even, coming in from however many drakes they're able to pick up.
Yeah, it's the Hextech Drake. I'll be honest. I know it's been like a while here. I don't actually know what stats the Hextech Drake gives. So
yeah, it gives attack speed and cooldown reduction. So very nice.
Oh wow, that's sick.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
it's
so
actually
cool.
really good, but both sides don't really care about it.
Either of these 80 carries want this. I don't think either of them benefit from this.
No, they don't benefit that much. But the best part about the Hextech Soul is that it gets the slowing effect across the board, and when you want to engage like this, just any sort of damage onto them is so much work.
Napquan doing so much damage, gonna get the pullback here. The passive is stacked. Napquan looking for an opportunity to get that ulti down, but with the turret protecting Dark Python, the potential retaliation coming in from the passive is a little too deterring for Napquan to commit to that one. So Dark Python will pick up these minions, or a few of them, but is still nearly half of Napquan's
Look at
CS.
Mike
Revenge looking for an opportunity. The Banished toss goes wide. Galifianakis being forced to ulti himself, but Ishan's in danger here.
Oh my god, he turns it!
Cassio Ultimate's going to turn that one around in the mid lane. In the bot lane, there was a fight as well. I've earned this win, picking up Starling and forcing Mofish Seeker to run away from Nairo here in the mid lane. Mike's Revenge did end up picking up Ishan. Mofish Seeker trying to get out of this one. Headbutt, the pulverize into the headbutt, but there's nobody going to be responding here. The Ezreal's backing off. Nairo's just flexing on the Nami down here, and that's going to end up being a 2-for-1 across the map in favor of the Sharks.
Going into a quick little replay here, and Oh man, don't even know what to say. Starling getting picked up there, Giant with both summoner spells in tech. All I can say is that they must have gotten engaged on. Yeah, they were
Yeah,
trying.
we're watching supportal combat.
Yeah, supportal combat.
That was awesome.
That will be the refill. Going over to Warm Hell, and looks like he's
We have
getting
Mike
caught out a
Revenge
little bit here.
whipping the bandage toss, but they're going to continue walking to it anyways. No ulti from the other side.
Oh,
Just
Mike.
walking into his death so absurdly. Lissandra's not going to follow up that claw into the match there. Mike's Revenge blowing flash, missing bandage toss, dying randomly. I don't even think he stacked Conqueror there, because once again, Conqueror is just hardcore cope. So very
Rough.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
Rough one
that
for
doesn't
Mike,
feel
man.
good.
He does manage to
Doesn't
pick up a
feel
kill in the mid lane, but when you're getting a gank like that off and just having the Cassiopeia trade back is a huge win for the Cassiopeia, especially when a gank was that unwinnable, relatively speaking. It should have been a real easy kill, but Galifianakis messed up a little bit. He ulted himself instead of the Cassiopeia. If he had ulted the Cassiopeia there, I think they pick up that kill no problemo. And yeah.
That was definitely a rough one, but Mike's Revenge is continuing. He's not going to be scared away from the mid lane here, continuing to return to his campsite. The s'mores are still warm, so he doesn't want to miss out on the opportunity here to continue to farm this Cassiopeia or potentially do so. Just sitting up topside, abandoning the bot side. However, vision on the top side is actually pretty decent, although it is going to get cleared out here. Nothing really coming up soon. The dragon will be up let me open up objective timers. Yeah, the dragon will be up in about a minute and 20. So yeah, not really a whole lot done right now. And something I wanted to look at here, now that we have a little bit of a lull, is Ezreal did pick up a kill in the bot lane. So definitely is helpful. Oh wait, never mind. I delayed long enough for something to happen. Now Mike's Revenge gets a bandage, and then the ulti comes down from the Lissandra, but the Cassie is around the wings. She's gonna try and do what she can. The miasma is gonna be on Mike's Revenge. This poor little crying man's gonna try and walk his way into Cassio, but it's just gonna end up dying as a result. That's a trade of 1-for-1. But a lot of ultis burned on the side of the Sharks.
Yeah, Wormhell, misplaying just a little bit there, ulting in and then flashing back in place directly on his own ultimate. He did get a huge Goredrinker heal, so I think if he had flashed Goredrinker, ulted Goredrinker flash as Mopish getting a beautiful
Pulverize, getting flashed out there. Now Naira's going to be in danger. Starling popping to press the attack. The ulti's going to get popped by the Alistar. The ulti from the Ezreal is going to do a ton of damage. He's also going to go down. Starling's going to try to finish it off. Pulverize! The exhaust is enough to keep Starling back. Now Ivern, this one's going to be in danger here, getting burned down. The dip from the Nami is just devouring the Ezreal. Another kill over to this very fed fish, as she is 3-0 right now. The 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane, and going to be likely a dragon going over to the side of dragons.
Yeah, as they pick that up, Mike's Revenge just in the area trying to do something. We're going to hop into a quick little replay right here. And look at this. Mopish flashing out. I think this is where you just walk away. It's too risky for you to go for this. They do get some trading in, but when you dash in that aggressively on Starling and then force the flash out, you have so little damage left. This was a very close fight, but you realistically giving Ezreal or Alistar any close fights is just not a situation you really want to find yourself in. As
in the mid lane, ulti is getting
Sean looking for a kill.
Both players here. They both don't get to play the game for 2 seconds, but Cassio does way more damage than this Lissandra does. So Ishan just picking up an easy solo kill in the mid lane, and this Cassio is looking very dangerous right now.
Yeah, I think Galifianakis at this point has lost to the shopkeeper, and I know it's quite early to say that, but I think he's over-indexed into the idea that Lissandra is just a CC champion who keeps someone locked down for years, right? I think, your sole AP on your team, you really, really, really need that Luden's Echo to do a lot of work here. And without it, you're lacking so much damage that you could potentially have. So, super rough to pick up Everfrost here from the Lissandra, and I just don't think it's going to do as much work as they want it to do going forward.
Yeah, there's not going to be any real damage to follow up on the Lissandra CC. Sure, she could lock somebody for, 100 years, but what's the Amumu gonna do in response? Maybe he'll get Conqueror stacked and we'll be doing like 10 extra damage. That'll be very impressive to see. But like the Ezreal has other targets he's gonna have to worry about. The Darius has other targets to worry about. Right now he's worrying about Dark Python, who is gonna get taken down rather low. Full stack to your Napquan going in for the flash dunk, baby. That's how you do it. But in the bot lane, Mofiseeker gonna get procced by the Ezreal. A ton of damage down here. Mike's Revenge gonna do what he can to finish this one off, tanking the culling. Mofish in danger here, trying to take the blast plant out of this one, but the bandage toss will secure an easy one for Ivern this win. Just a little happy auto attack to finish that one off, and that is 2 kills over to the side of the Sharks.
Yeah, and now you're looking at the goal, and it's completely swung in the favor of the Sharks. 1,000 up for them. They're sitting pretty, 7 kills to 7, and it's just purely off the back of this Ezreal and purely off the back of this Darius doing a lot of work in the mid lane. It's a complete wash for his Sean. He is just smurfing all over his opponent. And the support role, jungle role, it doesn't matter.
Nobody look at the bot side tribush for nobody look at the bot side tribush, okay? Nobody take a look there. Nothing happened, all right? Nothing wrong happened in the bot side tribush, okay? Nothing bad happened. There definitely was a ward placed properly and just 1 ward, okay? Nobody acknowledge. Oh, Nami's found it. Oh, money! dollar bills. Nami picking up $60 from Alistar, dropping 2 wards in the bush there.
That hurt. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. I know exactly how that feels, though. That's why I had to point it out. I'm sorry, Nairo. I saw it. I couldn't let it go. Maybe. You gotta do it without a support main on play-by-play. Otherwise, you're just gonna get pointed out. It's unfortunate, but hey, that's $60, not a whole lot. Mike's Revenge positioning up top side, potentially looking for something, or rather just hanging out here. Herald is up and an opportunity. Nairo clearing out vision in bot side, but overall, not a whole lot going on right now as we wait for.
He sees him.
Nope. Yep. Yeah. we are trading disco right now. We're definitely getting the disco ball out. Everybody's having a good time. We're seeing each other. Enemy spotted.
A little bit of a back and forth here as each side vie for this vision control. As a minute out till Drake, what are we doing? We're getting control of the vision. And look at the top side. You can see that Mike's Revenge is finally opting to pick up that Rift Herald. It's a free objective. No reason to waste time. Speaking of wasting time, Wormhell isn't really farming camps, just kind of dilly-dallying around. I feel that's a little bit rough from him. But on the plus side, he did opt for some early MR in the Merc Treads.
Oh, this tower in the mid lane is so low. I didn't even notice how low this tower got. It was the first Herald. Was there a first Herald up there?
Yeah.
Okay. I would assume so. I do not believe Cassio right now has the pushing power to do that. There's a gank opportunity. Ooh, I've earned this win. Sort of gives away the game here, throwing out those 2 spells. Nairo stepping up. There could be a pinch opportunity as the Dragons position around this first Infernal of the game. Stepping in, clearing these wards. Sion heading down.
This is where the silence football comes through. This is where he has to start looking for the opportunity to make some split pushing plays and look for free objectives wherever he can get them. That's going to be Nairo flashing in.
Knock up, great engage from the Alistar, but on the back line we have Wormhell engaging on 2. Mike's Revenge and and other people as well. Napquan's in the fight as well, getting stacked up, getting ulti down. Dunk number 2. Can he find number 3? The Q does not land. The targets are flashing away and getting out of this one. Dark Python is a dead man walk-in, quite literally. And that is 3 kills given over to the side of the Sharks as they run over to this Infernal Drake.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Cute. Most importantly, though, that both of the carries on the side of the Dragon survive as we hop into a quick little replay here and a pause on the main game.
Good.
So yeah, we can definitely talk about the replay. So look at the positioning. Nairo flashing in instantly. One thing I want to highlight. Look at that. Flashing in, but look at that. The Sion ult gets blocked by his own team's wall, and it does absolutely nothing. A completely useless one. Maybe if it hadn't been blocked, they could have done a lot of work. But either way, they just managed to flash it out, and both of the carries stay alive. Nothing else happens. The Drake gets picked up for the side of the Sharks. Very nice.
And we are frozen in time. There's a JoJo reference here, I'm sure. I am familiar with what a JoJo is, but that aside, Sharks looking pretty good right now. Starting to get into this game. Napquan, we were talking about how this Darius potentially could start just becoming a huge threat, and wouldn't you know it, this Darius is starting to become a huge threat up here in the top lane. I'm looking over at chat, I see Shogun, member of the Wolves, cheering on the Sharks right now because the Wolves are wanting the Dragons to lose here because they need this Dragons to be taken down. You know,
According to stats. Naira goes
according
in
to
for
stats right now,
another
Naira's going to be
engage.
looking for an engage, looking for a stun potentially. The True Shot Barrage will do a little bit of damage to Starling, but that will be the result of not a whole lot in that trade. No real summoners blown, nothing really going down here. So yeah, it's all good. All good. Not
Right
a whole
now,
lot.
if you take a quick look at where the gold is concentrated on each team, as Nairo goes in for
Oh,
another
Nairo
aggressive
potentially going for
trade.
another opportunity. Starling on the back line, getting exhausted, getting knocked back, not doing a whole lot of damage here. The damage is sort of disappearing for this bot lane, and now Nairo picking up that first kill. Mofu Seeker being left on their own. 3 kills is not nearly enough for this Nami to keep themselves alive and keep this bot lane going, as another kill is picked up by Nairo and Ivern this win.
Absolutely. As now the engage coming in from Galvanakis, he does get the double stun. He maybe can definitely turn this.
Up. Ishan's turning this one back around. The Petrifying Gaze is incredible here, but the burning is coming down.
Does get him.
The Leandri's burn. Ishan staying alive. The healing from the Twin Fangs is ticking up a twin pair of kills there. 2 for nothing. A great play from Ishan, just destroying this jungle mid duo.
So let's look at a quick little replay on that. Look at that, Ishan surviving through so much damage, hits the stun. Look how much damage he puts down on the Galvanakis, and then the tick, then just turns it around. And most importantly, uses the Conquer healing, uses the passive healing from Cassiopeia's E kit, and it's just more than enough to survive through the gank. As we hop back into live here, and you know, I was talking about the gold a little bit before all that started off, and most importantly, it's all concentrated onto this Cassiopeia. She is the carry here for the Dragons, and they need to keep her alive. Almost 10,000 here. Most gold in the game. No one else can match it. And also importantly, the Lucian isn't ahead of the Ezreal anymore, and now Ezreal can start to put some work into the enemy team. Look at that.
I'm looking at Sion up. Sion has so much armor and is still getting his entire HP bar shredded. That's that's the power of Darius right there. Nearly, we almost got a Flame Horizon on our hands as well. Napquan nearly picking that one up in the top lane. Quite dangerous. Quite a lot of stuff going on. As there's a party in the mid lane. Everybody's decided to show up except Darius, so I guess he's a real party pooper. Though I guess he has the TP, so you know it's
he
fine.
can be there at any
point.
fight. As Mike's Revenge looks for Ishan, misses
Mike's Revenge misses the
they go
bandage
for
toss,
him.
gets locked into the miasma, and that's just gonna be good night. This man is definitely the saddest man on record, and I'm sad looking at that item build. Who mama? That is yeah, gonna be a dead Amumu in the mid lane.
That build's fine for just sustaining in team fights, especially with the Conquer. But realistically, are you going to get the chance to sustain into all the damage getting pumped out from Ishan? I don't think so. I think he'd rather go for the catch, go for the Frostfire Gauntlet, and go for not the Demonic Embrace, I think it's called.
Yeah.
So Amumu very, very rough here, and definitely a weak point for the squad along with the mid lane. Right now, the mid jungle 2v2 for Dragons are just overperforming, just trying to do what they can to bring the team back together. As a minute out from the Drake.
Yeah, and it looks like
has been blown from Dark Pathon.
Oh yeah. It looks like the Lissandra is going to be picking up the Banshee's Veil next. We saw this in LCS. PoE built it on Ahri and healed his opponents. So I do not know how the Lissandra is going to fare with this and engage potentially onto Ishan here, but the response from Wormhell is incredible, locking him down. That's just another 550 over to Ishan. Just free gold being funneled into this Cassiopeia, and Sharks are starting to waver here. They're not swimming straight anymore. They're finding bumpy waters.
Yeah, very turbulent. Very nice pickup in the mid lane. They're just playing this mid game so much better. They're just able to play around the Cassiopeia, damage the Cassiopeia's strength as the teleport comes out of the mid lane. Darth Pion did lose his turret in the top side. Napquan opting to walk down instead of using his own teleport. And look, 3 items on his Sean. He is absolutely smashing. And like you said, I don't think Galifianakis is going to be doing too much opting for a Banshee's Veil here. And it really limits his option going forward for the rest of his build.
Scion ult is going to be going here. The train is coming to station, but it does not land on anyone. However, it will force the Sharks back. Here comes the bandage into the ulti. 3 people get locked up by the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The response is the Petrifying Gaze. But not a whole lot of damage is coming down. Galifianakis is getting a huge lock-in, and there's not a lot of damage in response right now. The Cassio goes down. There's nobody left alive. Dark Python falls as well, and the Sharks end up picking up 3 kills, but do lose the Dragon.
Yeah, right there. It was the staggered death hammer from Nairo. They did manage to pick up the Drake, and that's huge. But the staggered death hammer from Nairo allowed him to come in from an oblique angle and pick up a really free kill. So hopping into this quick little reset, you can see what I'm talking about here with Nairo. Look at Ishan's positioning. He manages to dodge the stun, but what else does he dodge? He dodges absolutely nothing, walks into everything else, gets stunned up, can't move, gets exhausted, and Nairo coming in from behind finishes off the kill. So Ishan going further into these team fights needs to play them better. It was just a very easy pickup for them just to walk on him and kill him, even though he did dodge the ultimate coming out from Mike's Revenge. I think, honestly, a Banshee's Veil for him would be great here. A very huge opportunity. Just to at least dodge one part of their CC combo. Because like we said, their CC is very much there and can very much blow him up, very much limit the ability for this Cassiopeia to kite.
Yeah, very, very much limiting these opportunities right now for the Cassio. It's just, it's looking a little, it's looking close, that's for sure. We thought that, I mean, I was thinking that, with this Cassio so far ahead, I was like, yep, that's, I'm not exactly sure what they can do at this point. It's looking bad, but that lockdown is just good enough. And honestly, like, despite the early game damage, I have not really been impressed by this Lucian in terms of actually doing anything.
Yeah.
Like, we've not seen enough damage come out from Starling in these fights, which, I mean, Starling is a fantastic player, so we know it's not necessarily just, maybe it could be inexperience on the Ezreal, or not the Ezreal, the Lucian, could just be a number of factors here, but really disappointing performance right now from the AD carry on the Dragons. Meanwhile, gotta give credit to Nairo and Ivern this win in the bot lane. They did the impossible, and they pulled back a victory from a rather crushing early game, and are helping their team secure a potential victory, but Wormhell is going to maybe... No, never mind. Nope. Nairo saw you trying to have fun. Nope, get out of here.
Absolutely nothing, but also who can do nothing. Dark Python just kind of has to watch his tower fall here. Can't really do anything to stop it.
Napquan doing a little bit of damage here. The passive gets stacked up. The Q lands. The ulti goes down through all that HP, all that armor. None of it matters. The real Noxian Titan is the Darius in this game. The Flame Horizon was completed at some point, and it's just Dark Python. Dark Python has set up a whole soup kitchen in top lane, and Napquan's eating good.
Like I said, nothing mattered until all of a sudden it mattered a whole lot here. And
ooh, we have a potential fight onto Napquan. He's going to try and turn this round around.
That's possible. He does end up hurting. Oh my god.
Starling, so much damage coming down. His HP is getting low. The passive does get fully stacked in the Wormhell, but there's enough damage beating him down that in this one situation, Demacia does get the W, but that's going to be two inhibitor turrets getting blasted here. That's going to be 2 inhibitors going down as well, and the Dragons are in absolute shambles.
Ishan is their only strong point still, and they have to play around this Cassiopeia. They just haven't been doing it as they do chase down Nairo just a little bit.
That's just going to be a pickup on to the Alistar there. The ulti is not doing nearly... The ulti's good, but there were 8 people there, it's kind of hard to really necessarily get out of that one as the Alistar, but that's okay. At this point, your life doesn't really matter. He'll still be up for the Dragon, which will be spawning in 50-ish seconds. That'll be the 3rd Infernal of the game, and potentially Infernal Soul over to the Dragons if they can get a Miracle Steal.
Really rough performance out here from the bot lane of Mofish and Starling. They had a fantastic early game, like you pointed out, but coming off of that early game, and even into a little bit of that early game, the later parts of that early game, they just weren't able to really play around the strength of Lucian Nami. They just weren't able to use it to its full effective power, and the rotates just weren't there. They kept playing in that lane too long when realistically they could have walked away and gone into Galifianakis, or even rotate out Dark Python and beat up Napquan a little bit. Rotate Dark Python into a lane where he's less likely to die on repeat. But Ishan, I just want to highlight, did do fantastic doing what he can to bring his team back. But this is the deciding factor. If he can kite out the enemy here, they can definitely win this game. But it is more than likely just going to be a steal attempt.
Yeah, we're going to see if the steal goes through. Whoa!
Oh my god, he did it!
Worm Hell
my God, he did it.
666, the Devil's Luck coming in there to secure that Drake, but is it even gonna do anything? Because there's only 3 turrets left on the map for the side of the Dragons. They've got this little extra burn, a little bit more damage, but they still have 5 members of the Sharks to go through. And there's a minion wave here as well. Ishan's gonna get a little bit of poke down. Starling's gonna fire the culling. Mike's Revenge goes down. Here comes the ulti, crashes into nobody, but the slows do land as well. Here comes the attempted knockup. Nobody gets connected by that. The Nami ultimate will interrupt 3 people. Napquan's going to turn this one around, but he gets
look at Ishan.
Petrifying Gauge. Ishan is getting so much damage onto here. Dark Python's punching him down. Ishan's taking a little bit of damage from I've earned this win, but the damage in response is way too big. But the ultimate is turning that one around single-handedly. The chain combo of the passive procs. We looked away for 1 second. This Lysandra has a Rabadon's, and it comes through to turn that one around for the Sharks. I've earned this win, continuing a siege. Oh boy.
Into a quick little replay here, we can see exactly what happened. The ultimate didn't quite hit for Dark Python here, but neither did Nami Bubble. And it's just Ishan was kiting so very well. They turned to focus on Napquan. He can't do anything, but it is most importantly gonna be what happens when this Scion dies. Realistically, just look at it, just waiting for it. The stun does come out, and then instant pop on the ultimate. So much damage. He does get a triple kill, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because they do lose triple inhib. Oh man, that is a rough situation from the Dragons, but they can definitely do work to turn that around, especially if they can get steals like that. But considering that the Baron is up, this next steal that they would have to look for is going to be an Elder Drake.
Yeah, not even if Wormhell attempts to go for this Baron, which it looks like he won't. That is 3 inhibitors down for the Dragons here, and this is a Baron up Sharks squad. These Street Sharks are looking to bite, fight, and make everything right here for their team. And it's gonna be the Dragons. They've got a lot of work to do if they even want to attempt to stay in this game. But they've got the players, they've got the gumption. Do they have the will to continue fighting?
About an 8k gold difference on the side of the Sharks, and they were just overperforming. Realistically, you know, in the top lane, really doing well in the bot lane.
Wormhell may have found a pick opportunity, putting down the Cataclysm, mostly just serving as an Anivia wall in that situation. Mike's Revenge rowing it down into the enemy team. He's got the oars out, and he has committed to it. But that is not nearly enough to really save this game because the rest of the side of the Sharks are all alive right now. Napquan's massive, Nairo is massive, although there is no ultimate for this Alistar. It's just going to come down to whether or not they can delay for these inhibitors to come back up. Dark Python's going to try and stall these minions as much as possible. They're going to try and siege as much as possible here. Here comes another flag and drag, but no Cataclysm to follow up. Galifianakis is going to do a lot of damage on the Wormhell, forced him out of this fight. Now on the top side of the map right here, I've earned this win, just going to pick up this inhibitor, but it looks like other than that, the inhibitors keep falling. A flash, petrifying gaze, so much damage coming out from the follow-up from Starling. He's going to try and secure this one. Galifianakis goes to the...
He didn't use Zhonya's.
To the chamber. The Zhonya's does not connect as well. Starling's going to get exhausted, but the damage is going to be good enough. Now Napquan's on his own.
Do they win this?
From here, but Dorius wins these. 1, 2, do we see 3? Do we see 3? Do we see 3? Come on, Slam, and welcome to the jam, baby. The Sharks are gonna pick up this last game. Napquan's looking for the final one here. Boom, baby. Not okay. Well, not the kill, but the game will be secured by Napquan in a rather scrappy fight. But all that matters is that Nexus last hit.
They completely overperformed in terms of expectations coming out from the Sharks. I wrote them off, not gonna lie, going into this lane or into this game, and even after that fact, you know, it was looking rough in the bot lane originally, but you know, off of some very nice plays from them, their bot lane, Nairo especially overperforming on this Alistar, able just to come in and knock down the side of Dragons, and Ishan doing what he can, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, Ishan went for the hero play there, and you gotta commend him for making an attempt for that hero play to just try and get something done there. But yeah, unfortunately, the hero play not nearly enough. The team will end up faltering there, but the Sharks pick up another win and end the week 2-1. Taking down both the Wolves and the Dragons, who are above them in the standings, which is exactly what we wanted to see going into this week. Yeah, and we will have the MVP poll up shortly. Who do you believe is the winner of, or is not the winner? The winners are all the Sharks together because it's a team game. But who do you believe is the MVP of this game? Napquan, Mike's Revenge, not Mike's Revenge, Galifianakis, I've earned this win, and Nairo. Between the 4 players on that list, it's actually a little bit of it's not a tough call. It's Napquan. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, it's realistically Napquan or I've earned this win. They both did extremely well. I would say Galifianakis, but he kind of got dominated except for that really nice play on the bot side. But it's between Ivan in this win and Napquan for me, 100%. They just both did so very well on their champions. And Napquan especially getting so very far ahead of the Scion. And that was honestly their goal. They needed the Scion to get too far ahead the Darius to get too far ahead to where Scion even couldn't match him. And it succeeded.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I actually do want to commend Nairo as well there. Able to find a ton of really good engages and really good fights that allowed them to start getting the game back in their hands when it started slipping from them. Especially there was that one fight near the Dragon where he got an incredible flash headbutt pulverize onto the back line. And there was just nothing the Dragons could really do in response because they just didn't have the damage to come out because everybody was in the air from the Alistar. Not a whole lot they could do there, so I do want to give credit to Nairo there. But you know what? I have to spam all of my points for I've earned this win. I refuse to let Mike's Revenge get this MVP. I refuse. You cannot take Conquer on a Mumu. It is supreme cope. I swear.
It's supreme cope.
It is supreme cope. I want you to tell me. Somebody tell me how much healing the Conqueror gave him. It was probably double digits. I don't care about clutch ultimates. Anybody can hit clutch ultimates. I can do it. My dog could do it. Anybody can hit the R key on a Mumu. Thank you. Thank the Lord. I was mash and click there. MVP has been secured. We have that finished up. Yeah. It is going to go over to... we are waiting for the graphic to come up here, but any other thoughts about that matchup? You know, looking at the Dragons going into playoffs here, Dragons actually end the week going 1-2. A little bit of a disappointing result, all things considered, for the team that were sitting at tied for second at the start of this week.
Yeah, it's just it's a little bit rough. They can definitely bounce back. It's just 1 week. It's just one set of games. I don't know. I just realistically look at what you're having Starling play. I realistically look at that bot lane because I feel like they could have done a lot better. They should have done a lot better, and the fact that they didn't is definitely something as a team you maybe want to take a look at and really just kind of bolster them up. Also, maybe look at giving Darth Python a champion that he can lose a little bit more gracefully on, or even giving him a winning matchup in certain cases. We'd have to see how that ends up for him.
Yeah, and we have MVP ready, so we can take a look at the graphic here. Ba-boom! Take a look at this lovely graphic here for I've earned this win. 6-3-13 on the Ezreal, putting on a putting on a great performance with this champion, pulling back from a rather crushing early game. They got double killed at like level 1. You know,
Yeah.
that feels really bad as the bot lane, but they kept a calm head, they kept a level head, and looked to finish this game. And gotta commend both Ivor and this win. I do think Naira deserves some credit as well for pulling that one back in. But of course, you know, AD carry has the better scoreline, so AD carry better player. You know, support never gets recognition. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm not mad or anything, but. That will end this week, and we do have results from the other games in this third round of matches. If you're curious about those, the Sharks took the game against the Dragons. We just saw that. The Hammerheads beat the Bandits, so the Hammerheads will end the season 17-1, only dropping a single game to, I believe, the Hounds. If I remember correctly, they only lost to the Hounds. I will have to double check that though, because no, they lost to the Bandits. They only dropped one game to the Bandits.
Oh, not too bad.
So, yeah, good stuff from the Hammerheads, going 17-1, very respectable. Not quite the hundo percent, but good enough. I mean, it's more than good enough. Can't complain about that. Wolves pick up their match against the Phantoms, and the Outlaws will pick up their third win of the day against the Unicorns. They go 3-0 on the day, again surging up the standings to be at 11-5 currently. They still have the potential to go 13-5, and I believe they actually I'd have to crunch this out, but I think there's actually potential for the Outlaws to secure second. I think there's a world where they secure second based on, because the Sharks bodied both the Wolves and the Dragons, the Outlaws can sneak in and secure second.
Wow. That'd be an interesting story to see.
That would be, yeah, especially for the Outlaws, because they lost their mid laner in the middle of the season, and they had that fourth, whatever week, they had to do this roster substitutions. They looked so rough, but now they come back into the season and they're doing incredibly well going into playoffs here. We still have a couple of more rematches from them, but if they win those games, I actually, again, I'd have to crunch the numbers, but I think the Outlaws can easily secure second, which is very impressive.
I'm eager to see them try.
Very impressive. The Bandits, looking at the matches today, they went 2-1 on the day, including the freebie game. Nice. So they are sitting at 11-7. So they are definitely, they will at least tie with the Outlaws for whatever position. The Sharks go up to currently 10-7. They can go to 11-7 as well if they win their match against the Outlaws, which will mean the Outlaws will drop another match there. And yeah, there's a lot of shaking and stuff going on here. We'll have that update, and if you're curious, you know, we'll have that in the Discord for those of you who are interested. You know, that you can join the Discord and figure out what the standings are, especially if you're one of the players and you want to know where you are going to be seated. I actually do think that the Outlaws are going to get second. I think they're going to get the second seed. What do you think?
They definitely can get there. I'm eager to see them try. I'm not going to hedge my bet. I'm not going to place any bets. I'm going to keep them close. I'm going to play my cards right, because at the end of the day, we need to see if someone can dethrone Hammerheads in a best of series.
Yeah, I saw one of the players post in chat earlier. This isn't a battle. This is a battle for second place. This isn't a battle for first.
Exactly.
And that is currently where it is in the regular season. But here's the thing: you still gotta beat the Hammerheads going into playoffs here. So these teams, all 5 of these other